G'day guys. I'm still laughing. I notice Alex go. He's still eating ice cream. I couldn't help myself. Well, I'm late. Alex has got a good, you know, he knows me too well. He's still eating ice cream. You guys are a bundle of joy. Yeah, sort of scruffiness is all over the place. I haven't even put my damn glasses on. It's 6 o'clock. What am I doing? Yes, so a bit of cleaning. Yes, now that looks more clearer. Yeah, down there. Well protected. Exactly. If you haven't seen some of the Meat Militia video and some of the comments that I put there, I did a bit of trolling on Bart, and Blinky jumped in, but he did a piss poor performance on Blinky's side. Very, very disappointed in you, Blinky. You need to pick up your act. You're really dropping the ball nowadays. You're really not doing. I mean, you're not living up to your name, Troll1, T1. What sort of carny troll are you? Bloody hell. God. Unbigoted. Is that what you are now? If Mary turns up, yes, she definitely is. He's I pointed out. Let me just go through first thing. Quiet. Fair enough. Fair enough. Mm-hmm. Look, it can be sometimes when you've got some underlying insulin resistance, could be from a pathogen, it could be from a number of different reasons, you tend to hold on to sodium a bit, and you tend to also hold on to fluids a bit. And so, under those sort of circumstances, especially if you combine more fluids and all that with salt, it's going to be it's going to be annoying. Let's put it that way. So yeah, there could, insulin resistance isn't just from food. You can get some low grade from inflammation that may be persisting for a whole bunch of reasons. I find that people that have got underlying sort of other issues that are associated with malabsorption and stuff like that, the body basically is not getting enough and tends to be a bit more holding on to stuff, and so can hold on to sodium as well. So it can be a bit of a challenge. And then excessive amounts where you notice it. I mean, sometimes I'll go for days, I'll be using shitloads of salt, and then all of a sudden I go, "Oh, this seems a bit too salty for me," because I've just had too much. So it can vary in that regard. Yes, and my comment and all that. So just for other people to know, Mary will be on about in 2 hours time. So, usually the stream's a bit behind by that stage. So try and get your questions just a tad bit earlier, like 15 minutes earlier. Usually most of the time streams between 15 to 20 minutes behind. There'll be an intro, so that'll take up probably about 5 odd minutes. So by that stage, we'll be up to date. So consider of that basically your window of opportunity to ask any pertinent questions. Mary will be coming on for about half an hour, a bit over half an hour, whatever, in 2 hours' time. So she won't be staying for too long because I sort of, when I had, remember when we did the chat together and all that, I sort of bamboozled her into coming onto the live stream. So, I mean, it wasn't something that she actually, I sort of asked her politely, and she said, yeah, I can come on for a while and all that. So, I was able to, get that sort of undertaking on her side, which was really nice of her. I mean, she didn't have to. I know people have other, their own lives, their own other things. Sometimes they time they just want a weekend where they do nothing because they're usually working through the whole week doing other things, consultancies and all that. And my job's different. So I'm dealing with inanimate objects. But when you're dealing with people's problems on a daily basis, sometimes you just want to switch off from all that. So you need to be sensitive to that as well. We are human after all, flesh and bone, and it does affect us in different ways. Yes, Blinky, business as usual, so just realised. Anyway, that's because I came back. I had dropped something off, and then I went for a walk, and then I came back, had a bit of a snooze, afternoon snooze, a nap, and so I just noticed basically my hair's all over the place. Whatever, doesn't matter. Who gives a shit? You guys don't care, do you? Exactly. So why do I care? I've got that rugged look. The ladies will enjoy it anyway. Blinky may not, and thank God he doesn't. But then again, yes, morning, beautiful people. Yes, for me it's afternoon at 6 p.m, 6:13 to be more precise. Yes. Yes. If you keep that up, Alex, you'll be reclassified to a T3. Sounds like a Terminator, next generation. I don't believe you. Cool. Women. Yes, women and their issues, how they look. They spend 2/3 of their time perving on each other. That's the truth. Yes. G'day, Scotty. You'll manage to make the EURASIA stream. Sorry for missing the earlier. Well, that doesn't matter, Trip to Mount Tamboran. Nice day out. As long as you enjoyed it with the family and all that, that's the main thing. You can always catch up on these through the week. It's like me. Sometimes I miss Sean Baker's streams and Bart's and whatever, and I usually catch them up through the week because it's just a matter of having the time now and then. I understand we're all busy. G'day, Dave from Barcelona. How are you, mate? Good to see you. I don't have the Roy glasses on yet. Where are they? They are here for later on. So, get your timing properly. T1, I'm really disappointed. Your timing is off. You really have to pick up your act when it comes to timing. It's just piss poor. Fucking Western Australians in there, He's probably had too many drinks. He's probably, inebriated under his desk, sort of crawling up, taking a bit of a look and go, oh, I'm going to put a stupid comment in. G'day, T2. Yes. Good evening to you as well. See, that's class T. Yeah, that's actual class T1, You can learn something. God, are you still in bed, mate? God almighty. Get your act together. He's only got one, has he? I couldn't help myself. Oh, God. Cod liver meat. It's sort of concerned with microplastics. Well, basically all fish are a bit of a concern with microplastics. Not in the meat. It's in basically their guts and all that. That's why you can't really, in the past, a lot of the, and it can be lodged in some of the organs as well. So that's why it is a bit of a problem unless you've got proper extraction methods to eliminate some of that sort of stuff. It can be a bit of a problem, but a regular fish, scrape all the insides out, throw them away, unfortunately. It's less of a problem with sardines because small sardines aren't around enough to really accumulate anything of any significance, so there's not really a problem there. But larger fish, yes, it can be a problem, unfortunately, but not in their meat again, their insides, organs, stomachs, things like that. But still, it's a problem in that regard. More of a problem in the Northern Hemisphere than in the Southern Hemisphere. So just keep that in mind. G'day, mate. Second round. Good to see you. Yeah, because Cabal was on the earlier one. So good to see him here. Yeah, I used to have some. But so you can actually see I've pretty much actually, yeah, just give me a sec. I'll just put this on and I'll show you I've even got genetics. So as you can see, it's in the traits report, isn't it, from memory? As you can see, I've actually got some genetics for that. It's half-half, so it's not like 100%, but it can basically be expressed if you're having inappropriate foods, because I used to have some alopecia, but once I basically fixed up my diet, I got rid of it. So, yes, I was really thinning out for a while there. Early hair loss. %. So, and basically I have relatives that actually have lost their hair or lost quite a bit of their hair. They've got, on my father's side in particular. There's a couple on my mother's side that have got a bit, but so I do have strong genetics for baldness and strong genetics for, for bald spots as well, but for hair loss in particular. So, yes, in that regard. So, freckles as well. Yep, always get fucking freckles. Hair photo bleaching as well. I can experience that. So that's sort of those general sort of stuff. They actually updated the damn. I actually noticed they updated my, because a lot of the stuff they had, with the ancestral stuff, they just recently did a recomputation of all their genes, because before they had all the genes, but they were basically like broadly this, broadly that. There was a lot of a lot of the genes that were basically related And I know why I was getting those high Italian ones. They fixed it now. The actual genetics is predominantly in this sort of area, and they will be Anatolian. That 0.9 is Anatolian old genes from, the Anatolia, which is basically where Turkey is today. That part was where the first sort of the agriculturalists came into Europe at that time. So so this is now that they've updated it. So the only one that I've got outside Greece is Anatolian, and it's basically this broad type thing. So you basically I've got no Cypriot, but that doesn't surprise me, because the Cypriot, these are more modern ones like Turkish and the sort of that sort of stuff. That's more modern, the ancient genes. But I was surprised I didn't have any Cypriot. But I suspect the reason for that is because they are Achaean, which is a different tribe of the Greeks, the Achaean tribe, where I'm more Doric, which even the regions, and it makes sense from the regions that I'm actually in Greece. So basically these are the regions. So 99.1 and 0 and everything else, basically. So yeah, 100% Greek, but more or less. And I'm not surprised from the Peloponnese, because I know my ancestors came from the Peloponnese. So that's where Sparta is, that's where Pylo is, that's where right there is basically Corinth, and in there is basically Mycenae, where Agamemnon came from. The second group is this. This is why I was getting those Italian things, because all the colonists who were in southern Italy came from this region, Evia. Even the dialect, which Latin is based on, comes from this region. That's why I was getting that large. I was going, nah, that's bullshit, where, our family hasn't had any influences. But now that they've actually corrected for that sort of stuff, now the southern Italians will get their correction as well. So those who are basically on will basically get, because they were Greek colonies all through here. So pretty much Peloponnese, which I knew, Central Greece, now that makes sense, which is that part there. Western Greece, my parents come from here. So that's my third. That is from basically around Attica, which is around Athens. The fourth one, Thessaly is up here. Central Macedonia is there. Ionian Islands are basically there. Northern Aegean is up there. Epirus is there. I'm surprised I didn't have more Epirus, because I know that the Doric tribes came through this part, came through down this way and ended up in here, and then through Crete and there. And we know there are some Serpanos in Crete. So I don't know why I didn't really. Maybe I have, like 11th or 12th or whatever, from that area in that regard. But primarily Peloponnese, and I do not. I know why, because when I actually look at like relatives and all that, a lot of them all Peloponnese. So I'm not surprised that my ancestral roots are from this part of the Peloponnese primarily. So, which is basically old Greece, you could say, Peloponnese. All this is sort of what you could construe as old Greece anyway, going all the way back to the Mycenaean period in that part. So yeah, interesting. They fixed all that up about bloody time, because I knew it was actually wrong, and so recently they've actually updated it correctly. They've corrected the damn stuff about fucking time. I was getting annoyed. That's on D that I was actually looking at, the insufficiencies. That was the one I was actually looking at, which is interesting. So I'm going to bring it up. Occasionally it does. So I've got a TT, which isn't too bad because basically it puts me in the normal. So, but it's surprising how, you know, the polymorphism, you've got, like Northern Europeans, 43, and there are some like 4.5% that are really piss poor at producing vitamin D. So Northern Europeans. Southern Europeans about 6%. Maasai, fuck all, 0.6, nothing. They're mainly 91% really good at producing, you know, vitamin D, sorry, you know, in that regard. So really bloody interesting, that sort of stuff in terms of genetics. There was also, this one's from NecroKitty. Lukey sent it through. We're having problems basically pinning some stuff on today, which is been a bit of been annoying. And let me just, basically that's the other one. So those two contributes from NecroKitty. And this is one from Lukey, the guideline emissions, eggs, grains, conventional guideline crap, red meat, not existent, sunlight exposure, does not compute. And I love this one. No, a responsible adult says no to phytotoxins. Exactly. And that one's from Lukey as well. So, yeah, had a bit of stuff. I had to show it now because we couldn't actually show it in the morning one for damn reason. And I still don't know why YouTube, basically, you know, their skullduggery and their crap, and they just can't get their fucking act together. But basically, yes, I will be doing next month a video on that, and we'll cover it thoroughly, Kamal. So, and explain how I sort of reversed a lot of these issues where I was receding and, you know, got thicker hair and all that sort of stuff. So we'll go into some detail about that. And there's more than meets the eye. There's a lot of other inferences. It's not only hormonal. It's not only, you know, it is, but not only. Yes, it is methylation, but not only. There are a whole lot of things. There are a number of dysregulations in a number of other things. And so it's going to be quite interesting and a bit of an eye-opener. And it explains why people have struggled. Like, they've gone on an animal-based diet. They think they've got the nutrients in, but they don't realise they've actually done certain things that they need to sort out with some biohacks and stuff like that. So it's a bit more complicated. And I'm going to leave that for the video. Because I don't want to give too much away and get somebody in before me in that regard. So expect something next month on that. It'll go into more detail and you will have a better understanding. And it does include the thyroid, but that can be, everything's, you know, it's a really synergy. Like Angela today actually asked me about, she had a comment. Where was it? And this was on the previous live stream. Let me just, that one. And she basically just sort of asked me about where was it? She won't mind that I'm actually showing this that regard. And she was basically, oops. And she was basically sort of, is that going to show properly? About species inappropriate diet, vitamin D, MK4, stomach acid, disruption of liver, gallbladder function, chaotic gut flora, loosening tight junctions in gut lining due to some of these deficiencies. So it could explain why SIBO, gallbladder, sludge, IBS occurs together. Exactly. In my experience, I said they mostly come together if one comes from a plant or based diet and needs to be addressed synergistically. To a large extent, when you look at this sort of stuff in the proper way, I need to do that because it's actually increasing my other bloody thing over here, which is a bigger in that regard. And, you know, these are synergistic. Talking about one, I find that most people have a lot of these different issues going on at the same time and sometimes need to be addressed in a sort of more synergistic way in that regard. Get some milk in. Nightly milk. Anyway, so just stop by. Good to see you. Yeah, fair enough. You got to get your beauty sleep. You got to keep up with T1 and T2 and myself. Shit. Yes. Night shift. Yes. Get some sleep. You need it. Dropped this page earlier stream, just looking at it. Forgot all about that. You actually did. I did forget about it. So what is it? God, I'm bloody hopeless in finding these things. Yep, there it is. And voila. Yep, vitamin D, yep, that sort of stuff. Yeah, high doses to deal with COVID and stuff like that. Yep. Good. Yep. There's a couple of protocols there. They all basically cover, you know, things like the ionophores, zinc, stuff like that. A couple of what's the other one? Ivermectin, which is the other one. Some people have asked me about ivermectin. It does seem to basically really knock it on the head. You can get those tablets at 12 milligrams. There's a protocol that's actually out there. You take it like on the first day and on the third day, and then after 6 days, on the 6th day, if you take ivermectin 6th day, and then you take 12 milligrams on the 8th day, and it usually basically really puts the brakes on COVID, which is pretty good. Plus high dosing of vitamin D. And it's really good that they've actually got MK2 there as well, or K2 in the general, which is a good thing because, you know, these sort of things, you know, are good to be like that. Yeah. When I get a chance, mate, it's always a struggle with these sort of things. Too many things, too many requests, as you can understand. Yeah. Don't get citric. Don't get one with a citric acid, okay? Because citric acid sort of impedes it working. So the ionophore that you're going to be using shouldn't have citric acid, and the zinc supplement shouldn't have citric acid. Just make sure about that. And you need a lozenge. Yep. Check iHerb. Check a couple of things. You can actually find zinc lozenges and stuff like that don't have any crap in them. So I've actually got some here which has just got just basically zinc acetate. It's a cheap one. Acetate is probably about, you need to take double to get the same effects as glycinate, but you know, I don't really care. They were very cheap, so I could actually have an additional one. So rather than having 4 of those, I'd have 8 of the other ones. Same thing, you know. That's if I need it. I've just got them all ready to go, so to speak. I've shown that in past videos anyway. I've covered that, and there's always the videos that I did specifically, and there are points beneath that where people can go and check the pinned notes to get that information. Oh yes, nothing like it. Yeah, look, yeah, I've always had wet, sticky earwax. Bloody annoying, I can tell you. And that's why I've got these new things that it's inside, and now I'm not going to go and get it, which have got like a radial thing. You put it in and you turn it, and it just picks it all up, and then you just wash it off. So, because when you have that sort of sticky, wet type, it's also risky that you can push it in. If you use it like buds, you know, you can actually push it in further, and that can be dangerous. So basically, another one of those genetic bloody fucking things, you know. Nature really loved me. Yes. Vivid Mouse. Some people do seem to have problems with earwax. Yes, I'm one of them. No. Now that is actually a good troll, you know, performing. You know, about fucking time you picked up your act. I got a good laugh out of it. Basically, yeah, I'm very, yeah. I used to have really when I was on a sad diet, God, the amount of my clothing was just full, and my hair was, you know, really just, it looked like it was silver, like dust on top of my hair. That's how bad it could get. I'm not kidding you, you know. So I'm glad I'm not in the bad old days of my clothing used to be full, but, you know, it's only old work colleagues that remember me. A lot of them have retired, and they can remember that, you know. And I just used to flakes off like that, you know, clearing off the flakes. It's just, yes. And now you can understand why I had to deal with, you know, I'm very prone to sort of yeast infections and stuff like that as well. So I've had to deal with a lot of that sort of stuff myself. Yes, so you know where the knowledge comes from, because I tried fucking everything until I got it right. Oh, the comments coming in thick and fast. Dave is asking, despite living in a sunny Spain, my girlfriend gets almost no sun exposure over winter months due to office job. Yeah, that's the biggest problem. Vitamin D supplements. What would you be the minimum effective daily dose? I'd be looking at about 10,000 IUs minimum. If you're an office worker and getting absolutely zero exposure, if you're getting some exposure, probably 5,000 IUs. Because the biggest problem is it takes some time to build up. So you may want to go a bit harder initially, lay off the sort of dairy and calcium stuff, give the calcium a miss, and go into high doses like 100,000 IUs for about a week to get so she can get her levels up, and then she can drop back down. You know, I'd actually do it for about 2 weeks, to be honest, because it takes about 3 weeks to build up. So 2 weeks, and then drop back down to about 10,000 IUs. So that would be the way to get the levels up, and then to maintain them. So because pretty much if we're outdoors and all that, we pretty much 10 to 20,000 IUs. Very hard to get those sort of levels from food. And most of us are chronic due to our work that we do indoors now, not outdoors as we did in the past. And, the amount of access to sufficient vitamin D in the food, which is another problem in itself. So there's a lot of reasons for it, So it's not only food-wise, environment, work environment, all these sort of things have changed so radically. And it's these sort of things that are basically also contributing factors as well. Oh, a man after my own heart. God. He's really working up to a new classification of T3, isn't he? Or T0. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. That's mine. Actually, one of the most quickest ways of actually is fasting. That's true. One of the most quickest way. You do a 72-hour fast, you'll become insulin sensitive really fast. So once you've done that, obviously when you break your fast, you definitely want to break it with, a bit of fat, like a bone broth type thing, and then basically have a steak later on, like 2 hours, 3 hours later. And you will still, at that stage, because of that extra fat that's coming in and stuff like that in the bone broth, what you'll do is you'll actually have pushed up glucagon even further, which is good, because the body's going, oh, we're getting more fat. Maybe we need a bit of additional, gluconeogenesis. So it's going to go, let's suppress insulin even further so we can do that. And so it's a real great quick hack is fasting to become insulin sensitive. And if you want to become even faster, it's dry fasting. Dry fasting basically does it within nearly a third of the time. So if you do a 1-day dry fast, depending how deranged you are, the average person should basically become insulin sensitive to some extent. 2 days, 1.5 days definitely, 2 days definitely, but sometimes people find it difficult. It depends. If it's winter, it's much easier to do. Summer, water loss can become a bit of a problem. Well, you do actually make water from fat, so you will, as long as you've got fat stores, you can turn that through basically, converting that fat of your body into water, metabolic water. So remember, you always produce about 10% more, but it has to do with the water loss and stuff like that. It can vary in that regard. But 2 days isn't gonna hurt you. Let me put it that way. As long as you're not doing it straight off some stupid diet or whatever and all that. I usually say to people, up the salt and go in on a dry, if you're doing a dry fast. If you basically have, like, I probably urinate about 3 times a day. And the reason why I do that is because, my antidiuretic hormones have been upregulated. So I don't have this massive water loss that I used to. So where other people still have, because they've got insulin, when you've got insulin resistance, you tend to continuously piss out water. That's a well-known mark. If you're constantly going and urinating as well, it's a bit of a giveaway as well that you've got severe insulin resistance. So, but fasting does help a lot in that regard. Yep. Do other nutrients outside B vitamins also affect the microbiome? Vitamin D and retinol and MKE4 to an extent. I'm not going to some people do over exaggerate on MK4 in terms of the gut microbiome, but to an extent. But retinol and vitamin D definitely, and vitamin D the most when it comes to that out of the fat soluble vitamins. It's because of the immunomodulation of vitamin D, but also retinol does play a role in immunomodulation to a lesser extent. So it sort of plays a supporting role for vitamin D. So it is vitamin D the big player because your gut works with your immune system. So that's why, and the bifidobacteria, because your primary stuff is, if you look at the bacteria, when you're eating more carbs, you actually the Firmicutes, because the two dominant groups are bifidobacteria type and Firmicutes. So when one dominates or the other dominates, a number of things happen. You're either producing less B vitamins, or you're more inflamed or less inflamed. So bifidobacteria that actually does increase with less carbohydrates, so less sugar, you get the growth, which basically means in either low carbohydrate, keto, carnivore type diets, you'll get an increase in bifido type bacteria. These are the dominant groups. The other ones are lactobacillus, all the other ones are minors. The big ones are these two big groups that dominate the gut. So which one dominates will predispose you to a lot of things. So when one dominates, you're basically, a lot of studies go, when Firmicutes is high because of sugar, you tend to you find that higher Firmicutes amongst people with diabetes and people which basically have obesity. Yes, you do. But is that the causal thing? Yeah, the bacteria causal, like a lot of people in the gut microbiome thing, or is it the food that you're putting in that is encouraging the growth of those bacteria? I think that's most likely the case. So, and then when you basically look at the bacteria that when you're eating a species appropriate diet or a low carb diet or stuff like that, that tend to increase are the bifidobacteria, and they tend to basically also be associated with leanness and stuff like that. Now, there is an element of truth in the relationship between these. One tends to actually affect ghrelin. So ghrelin, the hunger hormone, tends to go up when there's more Firmicutes there. So so what they're doing is, so they're not actually causing obesity. They're not, but as you feed them, there's like a feedback loop. You feed them sugar, they grow, they signal, I'm hungry, so you can feed them more as they grow and populate. Candida does something similar. Yeast does encourage obesity type phenotype profile. Again, because it wants sugar to grow, and that's the sort of thing. Where the bifidobacteria is primarily, they're actually in the game of producing a lot of short chain fatty acids. So from the different types, whether it's from fiber or from meat or fats, which is isobutyrate and all the other ones. And at the same time, they produce a number of the B vitamins. So when you're eating a species appropriate diet, not only do you get the advantage of, so you don't need at all to supplement B vitamins when you've got those, because they too tend to grow and they tend to exchange. It's usually when people have a deranged gut microbiome because they've fucked it with antibiotics and all this sort of stuff, glyphosate and all these sort of things for many years, and it's really just, it's got so many pathogens in there, it's preventing these things to come back. That's when you use the B vitamins to feed these so they can come back and populate and dominate again, because that's what you want. One, they will give you the benefit of basically providing and furnishing you with more B vitamins, which will even be, so it'll be like a natural supplement from your gut, which is great. And then basically on the other hand, they will also basically reduce the inflammation as well. They work well with vitamin D, so, and the immune system. So it's fantastic in that regard. With the firmicutes, you know, and especially, you know, the like Prevotella is really bad. I mean, that increases all these interleukins. But even some of the firmicutes of the other ones also tend to increase a number of interleukins, which is that inflammatory stuff. Now, is it because it's an association, that because of the food that's coming in, or is it the actual bacteria themselves? We haven't really worked that mechanism out properly. So I'm not going to say there's a cause and effect because we still haven't proven it. That's the problem with current microbiome research. It's still in the early days of that sort of stuff. But there is a strong statistical association, but we still haven't proven mechanism for a number of these things. We have for Prevotella, but for some of the others, we haven't. And that's why I'll just say there is an association, but I'm not going to say I can prove causation because I can't. And no one else out there can either. So let's be quite clear about that. And that's why I sort of, you know, throw Prevotella at the vegans and slap them over the head with it, because basically it's something that, remember, you know, Paul from Norwich, you know, that other moronic, hench, stenchy fraud, you know. Well, what does he do? He basically whacks people over the head with, oh, Prevotella, you know, and all that. Well, he's an idiot because basically it increases interleukins. And there we've actually shown a level of mechanism. Yeah, aren't they? But basically, you know, it's like basically, you know, vegan gains. You know, Richard Burgess, you know, shitting himself and doing all this and telling people that he's comatose from his sugar bliss, and yeah, bliss, if you can call it a bliss, and all that. They just shoot themselves. They're so fucking idiots. You know, they shoot themselves in the foot. It's only the doctors and all that. They are smoothies. You know, they take all the supplements. They inject themselves and all that. They kind of keep themselves going, and they probably cheat quite a bit as well, like all the other vegans do. They're all lying cheats. You know, we find out after when they fall off the wagon and become ex-vegans. They tell us all the dirty little secrets of the vegan movement. Oh, you know, I had one of those. You know, oh, I sinned. God of the veg tarts, please forgive me. Sort of, they have one of those moments. Yeah, you know, John Venus and Dow going through that sort of thing, that sort of ritualistic thing. You know, we'll see how long it lasts. Whether he has another indiscretion with eggs, potentially. You know, it's laughable. It's so friggin' laughable with that sort of crowd. Yeah. I hope I answered your question. I went on a bit of a rant because I wanted a bit of comedy as well. But the reality is, oh, you probably know from the way your gut is actually working. You know, if you're basically not pooing right and you've got some discomforts and stuff like that, you're more gassy and stuff like that, even though you're very carnivorous, you've probably got some issues. So is TT equals T2. Do you make this shit up all the, you know, do you actually just sit there in Perth and go, what sort of nonsense can I come up with? It's like 1 + 2 = 4. Oh, that sounds good. He's a shocker, isn't he? Absolute shocker. No, you're the Muppet. Yes. Advised by Harry. I just bitch and moan and complain. I'm nearly as bad as Bart. He's worse in bitching and moaning. But you do get results when you actually complain and say, you know, get your act together, you know. You're not basically representing the data properly, analyse it properly and all that. Once they do, they usually clean things up very fast. They actually had 2 editions very recently, you know, so they've pulled their finger out and got, because there was actually 2 tabs there, and that one, you know, because my previous one was 80-something%, and then it jumped to 94 and now 99.1, which is what I always thought. in that regard. But, you know, I'm a Greek boy. I knew that. But I knew that they had fucked up somehow, because I knew from my ancestry where it came predominantly from the Peloponnese and stuff like that. So I just couldn't understand what they were coming up with, the figures and stuff like that. And I knew that that central part of Greece as well, I have relatives through that as well. So knowing where the concentration of my family is, both on my mother's side, is primarily that central part. And in the Peloponnese, my father's side, I'm going, well, these guys have got it wrong, you know, unless if we go back 200 or 300 years, those people were somewhere else entirely. And I just couldn't believe that they had actually, 200 to 300 years ago, they moved from somewhere else dramatically. You know, back in those times, it was very hard to move from one spot to another, from one village to another, whatever. It's just difficult. You know, unless you were dragged into the military and taken to the other end of the earth, you know, really most people just lived and died in the locality they were. There wasn't this global movement of people unless you were with a military. So I just couldn't believe that sort of stuff, what the figures they were coming up with. And it's been proven correct. They've corrected themselves. Thank the fuck for that. Don't work through the clock on these bits, Harry. Do you have a break for you and your lady over Christmas? I'm going to have a break. She's trapped in overseas, so I'm all alone. So basically, yeah, unfortunately, and her grandmother died recently, so she was really distraught and all that. So let's say we had a few teary moments. So anyway, so I'm definitely looking forward to getting her back in that regard once we have all these friggin' restrictions, because currently you can't leave Australia. You can come into Australia if you're overseas, but you can't come easy. And they're only bringing in about like 3,000 or whatever. And yeah, it's long story. I'm not going to go into my own problems at this stage, but yeah, so basically I'll be spending it with maybe some friends. So I don't know what they're going to do with their family, so I may get an invite, I may not, because basically there's also Dad. I don't want to leave Dad on his own. So, you know, if they can't accommodate Dad, then I'll go and do it with Dad. And there's a friend of mine, she's from Hong Kong, and she's a nice lady, and one of my next door neighbours, and I said to her, it's going to be her, me and Dad having Christmas together. In that regard, my sister's not coming down, so she's basically told me it's not happening. So she's struggling to get an affordable ticket, and she's trying to save up money because she wants to go back to Greece when the borders open next year. So yeah, it's too complicated with my family at the moment with their own issues. So we'll see what happens in that regard. All over the place. I'm having a hair transplant scheduled for next week. If I can have them with biohacks, I can still cancel it. Look, I can't tell you what, you know, all I can say is that drop me an email and I'll give you a bit of a rundown before I do the video. But the thing is, it takes time. So it's not don't expect magic. It took me months to basically correct what I damaged. So I can't tell you what to do. It's your, you know, I wouldn't. I'd basically correct it. But if you think that that's a better option for you, because then you don't have to worry about anything other than, you know, it's done and all that. That is your choice to make. At the same thing, can't advise you on these things. You know, I'm just somebody on YouTube. All I can say is my experience, what I did, and what you can do. I can give you some info before I do the video, but I can't tell you whether you should or you shouldn't or whatever. So Yes. That's a personal choice you've got to make. Exactly. Lather myself with goat milk, is that what you're saying? Take it raw, Blinky. He likes a bit of cream raw. It's more than that. It's more than that. You know, yeah, there is mitochondrial dysfunction. There is basically metabolic dysfunction. There's a number of things, but there's also past indiscretions that have actually created certain things that basically need to be addressed as well. So even though you may have corrected those, I mean, I'll give you an example. You can actually correct your insulin resistance and still be overweight. Why? Just because you've corrected your, by reducing the Randall cycle, fasting and all that, you can correct your general, but you still got the fat on board. That's not going to magically disappear within 1 day or 2 days of fasting or 3 days of fasting. It's the same thing. There are things that happen to your scalp and the tissue around your scalp that basically also, without giving too much information away, that also basically needs to be addressed, and that can take months to address. Now, does somebody want to go through the process of months of addressing that, or doing the surgery, which only takes minutes? I can't tell people what to do. All I can say to them is that, there is another option, but it's up to you, because at the end of the day, you have to live with the consequences of whatever action you take. Everything has a consequence. So if that fails, then the tissue there may be affected in such a profound way, that you'll never naturally be able to restore that if you were to go down that option at a later stage. So I can't tell people what to do. They have to live with those sort of consequences. It's like for me, had I known earlier about my heart condition, I could have approached it in a very different way to reverse it and had the knowledge that I have now. But since I didn't have the knowledge at the time, and I was scared out of my friggin' mind, I took the plunge and had the bypass surgery. But that bypass surgery also meant that they cut me opened me up, and now all those nerves here are being cut. So I still get certain types of little pain here, nerves firing off at night. I'm asleep and a nerve goes off just above my my liver area here, and it just fires up. I had that for about a month, just firing off now and then. This was after the operation. And I can tell you that's quite bloody annoying and disruptive of your sleep until it settled down. And what was it, 2 years ago, I think it was, I was basically in the office just there and all that. It just fired off. And I'm going, oh, fuck. And I had it for about 2 or 3 hours. So if I could reverse back time, I would have probably approached things quite differently, because there is actually a syndrome which has to do with these nerves that basically can misfire and all that and cause discomfort, irritation in the chest area. So there's no, that sort of stuff. So, and I've got a mild thing of that. Some people get it really severe, and they sometimes think, in the beginning, I was going to the hospital a couple of times in that period thinking that I've got some, and they were saying, your heart's fine, and then eventually, I came across this syndrome, which they did not fucking tell me that I had or potentially could have. And once I researched it and looked at the actual, I forget the name of the syndrome. Well, actually, it's part of one of the videos that I want to make on decalcifying your arteries and your heart condition and all that, and bring all that stuff up as well. But it's a syndrome that basically affects that after cardiovascular operations. And it affects, they say, it affects some people. Bullshit. It affects a lot of people, because I've found blogs and stuff like that where a lot of people are complaining about these things. It's more widespread, and doctors could basically have done a better job in dealing with this and the way they operate and all that. They're completely fucking insensitive. They just rip you apart. They don't give a shit. That's the priority problem. We fix it, and then, fuck off, and we'll medicate you for the rest of your life for the pain and discomfort. That's the standard of care nowadays. to be expected. So what I'm saying is that every single operation that you do has consequences. And, people may want to put hair back in and all that, but they could potentially cause themselves some neurological thing. I'm not saying it will happen, but it does happen in a certain amount of people, But doctors they tell you for certain things like that, which are not, which are not necessary type of operations. They should. I hope they have told him. But at the same time, Kemal probably would tell me if they have or not, warned him about these potential risks. But the reality is, these are sort of the issues can come up. So yes, there's no free lunch, unfortunately, and and at least I'm not getting. I used to get right in the middle here. I used to get on the bone. I used to get like an arthritic pain. That I haven't had now for some time. I don't know whether it's the carnivore diet. I can't say that the carnivore diet has stopped that happening, but I haven't had it for some time. It just maybe just general healing has fixed it. Bones are sort of different in that regard. If you've got a good species appropriate diet, you're eating good foods and all that. But nerves are a problem. When you cut through a nerve fiber, you've severed that nerve. Okay, you've created some dysfunction there in that the way those nerves work. So yeah, it's a bit of an annoying thing, but what can you do? I wish I knew more back then. Yes. What is that doing? Dry and raw. Not if, when, not if, when they lead you off the garden path. Don't go blame us. Oh yes, he's a real saint. Well, at least he's truthful in that regard. Can microorganisms affect our genes, genetic expression, and all that? There is some evidence that yes, they can. So in different ways, but again, we know it happens, but because we've used certain types of radioactive sort of elements, and we've done experiments in rats, and we've seen that it can actually affect certain parts and epigenetically in that regard, but we don't know what they're doing basically exactly and what those effects are. But yep, there's definitely some sort of epigenetic manipulation by organisms, but we don't really understand it. Let's put it that way. So we can prove mechanism in rats, like any other mammal. Yes, we can't do those sort of experiments in humans, but we don't know exactly what's happening. We're speculating a lot, but yeah, I'm not going to base my sort of approach on speculation. G'day, mate. How's it going? Good morning to you as well. Good to see you, Bajon. It's been a while. Got a few fans here, mate. You've got a few fans amongst this crowd. You're calling me a mouse. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. How do you think you get it through the borders? No, it's not cocaine, it's dandruff. Flakes off. Scotty would come up with something like that. Any tips on managing, curing dermatitis and all that? Yeah, vitamin D plays a big role, I can tell you. Vitamin D and retinol play a big role when it comes to skin issues, and also niacin. Yes, who would have thought? Remember, I used to have shitloads of sort of pimples on my face and stuff like that. And I used to get sort of like reddish type pimples on my face in particular sometimes. Yeah, it was an absolute fucking hassle because you shaved, you'd cut yourself, you'd cut the pimple. Ugh. I'd get hairs growing out of the damn pimple, So I've been there, done that sort of thing. So, and I used to get all over my body all these, Mira used to complain and say, freaking hell, why are you so pimply? I got none. So niacin plays a really big role together with vitamin D and retinol in clearing up the skin. So when it comes to particular vitamin D and retinol, they play a role in the sort of the immune type and dealing with the autoimmune issues, in particular vitamin D, and then vitamin A with the collagen degrading enzymes, and also with the anti-inflammatory and clearing out those sort of is the vitamin B3, which is niacin, which improves the skin as well in that regard, the healing of the skin. So niacin is also good as a healer of the skin from UV damage as well. So it's, yes, those sort of three things. And it's sort of, if you're eating a species appropriate diet, usually getting those. So when it comes to niacin, you're looking at tuna. So most fish are a pretty good source of niacin. So traditionally, people in the northern sort of parts of Europe would have had a lot of fish, coastal fish and stuff like that in their diet. So they would have got plenty of niacin, good for the skin, less sugar also. And at the same time, they would have also got sort of from cod liver and stuff like that, they would have got more retinol as well. So you would have got all that sort of stuff. The other things is pork. Germans in particular, that consume shitloads of pork traditionally. And pork is also a very high source of niacin in the diet. So those are the sort of things that really help with those sort of things in terms of the micronutrients that you need. Hope that helps. Yep. That stuff. I'm just waiting for the one for the new one that's been promoted, the one for the actual teeth, the oral. That's the one I'm waiting for. I've got the other ones, but that's the one I really want to get. G'day, Dominic. Good to see you, mate. So Dom's in the actual house, and yeah. So basically, I'm waiting for that one for because that also is going to be an improvement for a lot of people in terms of, because a lot of the actual, when we talk about candida overgrowth, yeast issues, that bacteria that actually fixes up the oral microbiome also means that less of that sort of growth, yeast type growth, will start in the mouth, or pathogenic bacteria and move into the stomach, so causing issues. That's another pathway. It's not only the colon, but also the mouth that can actually really disrupt the normal functioning of the stomach. So that's the other part of the thing. Also, cardiovascular health, great improvement, because a lot of, when you've got bad oral health, you usually, some of those nasty bacteria can head in through to the heart, It's not very far away, and there are pathways through that will end up there and can actually cause, damage inside the heart. So this one, I think, will be really good for people that have got those sort of issues, so yeah. Because in the past, you look, a lot of tribal societies, they had really good mouth microbiome. And when we're basically dealing with, we take a lot of these, we've had glyphosate in our diet. We've had basically a lot of, antibiotics and stuff like that, and damaged a lot of our gut microbiome. We basically supplement for the actual gut, but we neglect the oral part. And so that's why, even though you take MK4 and you can see getting rid of tartar and decalcifying recalcifying the teeth slightly, you can still see that the gut microbiome of the actual mouth doesn't completely sort itself out. Now, gargling salt helps because it actually lowers the amount of nasties in your mouth. But we also need to basically put some of the bacteria that we've lost that can really, keep under control the nasties and basically rebalance the oral microbiome. So that's another thing. There's another thing when it comes to yeast infections and vaginal stuff and all that. I'm going to be investigating some of the bacterial strains that women can use to deal with some of those issues. So expect that sort of stuff in the new year, ladies. So we'll be getting into that as well. You'll be able to basically get some, sort of probiotics for that sort of stuff to help in that area as well. Anyway, let's move on. Yep, I think I covered all that earlier. Yep. Supplementing D shouldn't be necessary if your eating species appropriate and are metabolically healthy, right? Yes and no. Even Inuit in proper diet did not have low vitamin D. That's true. But the problem is most people are city slickers. They're not outdoors. Because remember, you're also, when you're outdoors, because they were continuously outdoors, even though the solar radiation was less, they were still getting some. Remember the magnetosphere, because the magnetosphere is reversal, in the pole's actually weaker. So you're still getting some UV. Just because you're not getting light, you're not getting the visible spectrum, you're still getting UV in. This is another thing that most people ignore. Because where the poles come and the magnetic fields, there's weakness in there, and you can still get UV coming in. So they still, if they're outdoors, and they usually are, they still can get UV. So it's a fallacy that they don't. Plus, they're eating fish and certain types of animals. In particular, the actual blubber, like pig's fat, the pig, its fat, its skin has a lot of vitamin D as well. It's a good source of vitamin D. Same thing with seals and with whales and stuff like that. They are a very good source of vitamin D. So they're eating foods that have a lot of vitamin D. Carnivores that are basically in Europe, North America, and Australasia are not eating high vitamin D foods. So we're not going to be eating those species type foods. They are part of the species appropriate foods, but they're not the specific ones that are in our locality. And that's the problem. Okay, there's also certain grasses that are really hardy grasses. This is another reason why I basically get lambs from the Central Highlands in Tasmania. Those sort of grasses tend to basically not only have higher omega 3s in them, but also have higher levels of vitamin D as well. So they're able to give the flesh of the sheep on those high elevations. Like in Iceland, you get the same effect. People that are further in are still getting some vitamin D and omega-3s from these hardy little plants that these sheep are eating in places like Norway and Iceland and all that. I know the Iceland stuff quite well because I've looked into it and researched it, but I suspect something similar is happening in Norway and those sort of parts, in other parts of Scandinavia in the north. So that's the other part. But the majority of people, like myself and all that are living in cities and have access to meat through butchers and stuff like that, they're not going to have the same levels, I can tell you. And our fats, because a lot of our meats are lean, it's very hard to get. Why do you think I have pork quite a bit? Because I'm trying to get some of those additional nutrients that I'm not going to get otherwise. Because that skin, that thick skin on those chops has vitamin D and all that fat-soluble vitamins. But if I basically get lean stuff, or regular sort of, you put butter on, you're still not going to get the vitamin D from the food that we carnivores eat in the more urban sort of areas. So no, you won't get it from the diet. Just because the Inuit got it doesn't mean any guarantee because of that reason, because of that. The different types of specific foods and the sort of environmental conditions of the poles and the magneto reversal and weakness of the poles of those fields that allow more in. And that's why the poles are actually slightly heading up faster than further out. Another reason. I hope that sort of explains things. Anyway, Triple T. Yeah, that's all we bloody need. We've got Mary in about 45 minutes. I expect you guys to be on your best behaviour. Otherwise, I will give you a spanking. Yes. Oh, Toad Man. Oh, nice one. Even T1 like that. Oh, God. This is a sort of immature stuff that I have to put up with, Dave. Just, my luck. Just wondering if those deuces would be the same for girlfriend, elderly mother. Maybe not. She may have more adipose tissue, more weight, which means she may need more in order to get. Now, you don't want to be on very high levels for months, but, potentially if you're doing these high doses, always remember, no dairy, no, we don't want to be, because you're going to be pulling a lot of calcium in from the meat. But you don't want to be basically pulling from dairy and all these other sources a lot unless you've got sufficient MK4 to deal with it. Okay? So we basically just, not that it usually takes months and months at those high levels, but I just don't want to take the risk because I don't know what that state of that person is. They may have already considerable calcification and I don't want to add to that burden potentially. Unless I know somebody's condition, I usually, as a safety thing, you go, no, leave that alone. Don't do that. Add some retinol in, add some MK4 in, and basically those high doses to get the levels up. And it depends on circumstances. So quite large people with a bit of weight on them, you can give them 100,000 IUs and it takes a couple of days to get anything to register. So, yeah. And that's another reason when I say people, when you've got excessive amounts of weight and you're losing weight, just don't eat. The people that should be eating organ meats is the people that come off a vegan or vegetarian diet and are not carrying a lot of weight and basically are very nutrient deficient because they wouldn't have stored much in their fat tissue and they need that sort of stuff. But somebody who's been on a standard diet that's storing a lot of that stuff away, not using it, vitamin D, retinol, all these things, these fat-soluble vitamins, they're going to be dumping a lot of this stuff in the bloodstream once they're losing weight. So you've got to be very careful with this sort of stuff. Those sort of people should minimize just to, like Kelly Hogan does. Simple, keeps it simple, just steak only. That's where the steak only for those sort of people goes. People who are vegans and all that, they need nose to tail because they're so fucking deficient. Simple as that. Okay. Anyway, just covering all points. Next question. Look, there's just if it's simple glass, no. If it's basically double glazed and it's got all these other stuff in it, potentially could be blocking. I don't know. You'd have to check with the manufacturer that produced it, what it does and what it doesn't do. So I couldn't tell you. There's going to be so many variations. Forget it. If it's simple glass, that if you open up in summer, it'll warm up the room. Or if you in winter leave the blinds open and all that, or the window shutters or whatever, and it makes it cold, you basically know it's single, and it basically most of that stuff will come through. And that's what you used to get in the old like sunrooms that people used to have for winter periods to get their UV exposure. But the current, that's the old-fashioned stuff. Now the current stuff is completely different. The current stuff is, who knows? You've got to find out from your manufacturer what exactly properties it has and what sort of frequencies it prevents getting through. And some manufacturers will provide you some of the stuff. Other manufacturers will provide you with zilch. So yeah, that's an impossible one to answer because it's too many variables. It's too confounded. Hi, Harry. Okay, Soza. Hi, Harry. Thanks so much for all the great info. What are your thoughts on Kerrigan's? It is my DHA supplement. Heard some bad stuff about it causing gut inflammation. Thank you. Don't know enough about it in that regard to be able to comment. So. Let me okay, so it's some sort of seaweed. Okay, so if it's a seaweed, it's more than likely the way they've extracted it potentially may have aldehydes in it. Potentially. I know a lot of the seaweeds, a lot of these sort of non-fish type derived DHA supplements tend to be, because of the extraction process, so they can keep it cheap. It's pretty poor quality extraction, which basically means that they tend to have higher aldehydes. Aldehydes are very damaging to your cell membranes. So, but unless I know the brand, unless I know basically I wouldn't use it myself. I would just basically use fish. That's what fish are for. So just consume fish. Or you could actually use cod liver oil, which is the Rosetta one that I actually do promote now and then, and that's your best option and safest option in that regard. Yeah, but I know that that a lot of these sort of DHA, seaweed, and other types source supplements do have a lot of issues with them in terms of aldehydes. So I'm not confident to basically say yep and all that, but yes. That's all I can answer on that one. Yep. Sunroom, yep. Yeah, exactly. Well, a lot of the older homes in Tasmania, in Tassie, definitely have a lot of sunrooms. It was very traditional, especially the old wooden ones and all that. Nowadays, they just don't do it because, they expect you to just warm yourself up with internal heating and all that sort of stuff, which wasn't the purpose of it. It wasn't basically to get warm. It was basically to get that UV as well, the vitamin D in winter. So, yeah, I know. Yes, we've sort of lost all that sort of knowledge that, it just takes a couple of generations and all the knowledge gets just lost. Unfortunately, basically my words fall on deaf ears when it comes to them. Yep. What happens when your gene expression is affected by undermethylation? Depends. Many and multiple things can happen. So it depends. So it depends which genes are not being silenced, So, yeah. So if you tell me specific genes and say, oh, these genes, what's going to be the effect? I know quite a few of them, but not all of them, obviously. But yes, it depends. So you can either silence genes or you may not. And it depends which ones and how they're being affected. Yes, a lot of issues under ethanolization. Yeah. Glug. Yep, as long as it's 8% proof. Yes. Beer deficiency. Oh, God. Exactly, Dylan. Bunch of jokers. What sort of nonsense can I come up with with you guys? I hasten to. I've got the gastro probiotic that you did on the video, but it has palm oil in it, which I react to. Salicylates. Shit. Any idea if they do one without palm oil? Nah, unfortunately they don't. Yes, that's a bit of a bummer. I know some people have basically been like grinding it up. That's another option. Grinding it up, putting it into like, you could, what do they call the little metal strainers that you put the tea in, so you don't get the tea, but you get the sort of some of the nutrients from the tea. Maybe if you were to grind it up and put it in something similar to that, or a bit of material, and then leave it in milk in the fridge, to basically for those strains of probiotic to move in the milk and grow in the milk, then you could throw away the other stuff, but you'd still get the bacteria growing in that milk, and then you could consume that and get those probiotics that way. Because the problem is these guys have a patent on it, and nobody else can actually produce because I've got a worldwide patent, and that's the problem. And they do produce them like this, with this sort of like a sweetener or whatever they put in and all that, which really pisses me off. They don't create plain ones without any of this other stuff. They do that because they produce it for kids. That's why it's chewable and all that. Because a lot of kids are on antibiotics left, right, and centre and have all these issues. So I would suspect you would have a salicylate problem more than likely. It's not the palm oil. It's what's in the palm oil, which is salicylate. So you would have the same reactivity to coconut oil and a lot of other foods, which like potatoes, which have got salicylates. So yeah, unfortunately, it's one thing I don't have. Most Southern Europeans don't have salicylate issues. A lot of Northern Europeans, there's a percentage of them that do. That's the only solution I can come up with, mate. I hope that you can give it a try, see how it goes. Yeah, look, I can't think of anything else. So I hope that helps. You could contact the company and try and find out whether you could get something, tell them your issue and all that. And maybe because you can bring it to their attention, they may actually bring something else out for other people. So that's an option. Quite funny, Harry. We responded quickly in the chat. By the time you get to it, the context is lost. Oh, really? I make up the jokes, remember that. It's an understatement, Mouse. Oh, God. Complaining. Function drive, epigenetic gene expression. It can have an effect in an indirect way because methylation requires mitochondrial functioning to work properly. So if you've got mitochondrial dysfunction, obviously you won't be able to do a lot of other healing tasks, and that can have an effect in an indirect way, yes. Not a problem, mate. We would have to. Oh, God. I should ban him for half an hour. Just out of spite. Chip classes. Coastal Park. Oh, God. You make me laugh, you boys. I have switched from butter to tallow as a fat source. I feel better. Good for you. If I look at the big picture of both fats, is it iolic acid that jumps out? What's so special about iolic acid? Well, a lot of people make a lot of claims about it, but when you look at mechanism in the literature, it's not there. Basically, on a deuterium side, saturated fats are much better than monounsaturated fats. And actually, they're not much different. Yeah, it's just slightly better. Let's not over-exaggerate that point. Some people do and all that. Some tissues seem to basically have a positive reaction to it, but it's associational. It's all associational. So all the stuff on iolic acid in terms of MUFA is all associational. There is no proof at all. When it comes to biogenesis of new mitochondria, the only fats that cause reverse electron transport to a significant level is stearic acid and palmitic acid. MUFA, or iolic acid in that sense, has a very mild effect in terms of signaling biogenesis, in terms of reverse electron transport in the mitochondria. So, so look, you get more iolic acid also in your bone marrow as well. You tend, so it probably has some role to play in there, and in terms with immunity, but we still don't fully understand it. Whether it's just providing the energy in a certain sense, or so. Yeah, so that's a real hard one, because with the literature that I've looked at, I know a lot of people talk all sorts of nonsense out there, but when we look at the clear, stark literature, I can't really say definitively anything fantastically magical about it, in that regard. I don't think there is anything special in terms of biogenesis of new mitochondria or signaling to the cell to produce more. It doesn't do it as good as the saturated fats. In terms of the deuterium content, arachidonic acid and stuff like that, a lot of those fats in animals particular, we're not talking about plants here, we're talking about in animals, is much lower. So yeah, I'm sort of pulling at straws trying to come up with anything better than that. Move on, young laddies. Oops. So skin issues, good. Well, yep. Plus cod liver, yep. Sounds good to me. Yep, in the B, yep. Exactly. And that was a while ago. How far behind am I? Fuck. Well, it just got to dawn now. I must be really fucking behind. Yeah. Hi, mate. I'm cycling through quickly. Good for you. Enjoy your dancing. These other two, they did a bit of a dance as well. Lots of Guinness. Could work. Could be the magical elixir of youth. I think T1 has already tried that one and failed. G'day, Zombie. Good to see you. The main ingredient in Bart's stem cell pills is common seaweed. You get it from Japanese supermarkets. Okay. Wasn't aware of that. There you go. Yeah, look, there's the seaweed part. There's also those sort of microorganisms, which is it's a sort of a cyanobacteria. So it's not the seaweed. That's the other part that's in there. But there's also a cyanobacteria that plays the role within the stem cell, encouraging the stem cell. So it's not exactly if you get this seaweed, you're going to get an expression of stem cells. But stem cell production you can get from other things. Fasting. The yoga breathing exercises. Niacin. Exercise. So there's a whole lot of other things. All these tablets do is sort of increase it to a much higher level, in a sense, in that regard, from what I've seen, So, niacin doesn't seem to be doing a bad job for me in that regard. Anyway, let's move on. Cooking. Yeah. And for me, zombie, niacin is sort of the thing, because it also suppresses CD38, that enzyme that degrades NAD+, which is energy production. It sort of covers all these, energy production, some stem cell production, some, suppression to sort of more youthful levels of this degrading effect on energy production. Or it has skin improvements, healing improvements. Niacin does so many damn things. The only thing is a lot of people just cannot tolerate the flushes. That's where the biggest gripe is for most people. I know Don mentioned to me to basically use milk, and I have used milk, and it does seem to have an effect. I forgot my damn milk. I need my milk, people. Oh, that's nice. Anyway, yes. So there are different things. Better just to eat the whole food and spend. Yep. fair enough. Yep, everybody's different options. My option is to basically use not those pills. I'm not interested, because I can get from exercise, from fasting, and from niacin, I can get the same similar effects by combining all those things together, plus the skin improvements, plus. So it's like a Swiss Army knife, I find niacin. As long as it's not high levels, which can become a problem, but those lower levels, it seems like it covers a lot of different things, which a lot of different other supplements and pharmaceuticals or whatever, or different things you would have to take, where you just take one niacin, which is much cheaper, and it does all these things. So that's why I use niacin, and I've promoted niacin in that regard as my option. But as I said, it's one that most people find irritating for their skin for about half an hour to 45 minutes. Yep. Yeah, it does. Yeah, weightlifting as well. Yep, good, very good point. Yes, it does. Yeah, she is. She is. So I've actually pinned all the stuff in the description, her email, her channel, so you guys can go and subscribe. Yeah, she's available for consultations, which I don't do, but she does. And she's really switched on with that sort of stuff, because she's worked with people with a lot of intractable stuff, also with children that have got intractable issues and, are born with certain conditions and stuff like that. So, if you need somebody, let's say, sometimes people ask me, about, somebody asked me recently about a child that had a certain condition. I'm not going to go into the details for confidentiality reasons, but, there's not much information out there. But I knew where to look. There's a couple of areas, and I was able to find all that information, because he had actually Google search, couldn't find it. But I do know how to get some of this stuff. And I also have sort of links, because I'm also subscribed to certain things that, academic, that I get stuff from, which a lot of people don't know about it. And I don't tell other people, because I don't want my other YouTube channels to know about these things. So I keep it, mum's, under my radar, under their radar, so to speak. That's what I meant. But that sort of information I do share with people like Bart, Pim, people like that. And obviously now that I'm building a relationship with Mary, I'll be pushing some information her way as well. But she's really good with some of this stuff, which has to do with these sort of conditions and all that, and sort of, so I think she'll be a great asset to people on my channel that have got some of these conditions. She's even dealt with conditions which have to do with cancer. There's one or two other things I'm going to let her know about as well, which we had a bit of a conversation about, but that's a side issue. Anyway, by the bottom. Damn, I'm not doing too bad, boys. Hey, I'm on the bottom. And then somebody puts another question in there. Sarah, I did want to, Zombie does the same thing. You guys, I was just about to celebrate, I got to the bottom. And then they put more questions in. Oh, look, you want to lurk, that's fine. Yeah, but most things can be got from food. And if you keep things clean, you definitely don't need special supplements or anything like that in that regard. But a bit of biohacking, I like doing a bit of biohacking with niacin and with taurine in particular, those sort of things, and a few, I keep it, it's not very complicated, guys, as I've been telling you guys. And, you know, my body isn't doing too bad. You know, I'm actually, one thing that I'm really happy with is how taurine was able to get rid of that fibrotic tissue in my heart. You know, that was one of my biggest concerns, that I would have this damaged heart muscle and all that, and taurine has cleared all of that up. You know, remember the January thing that I did. So I'm really happy with taurine in that regard. And it's sort of my, you know, each time the more I look into taurine, the more I find out. And it explains a lot of things as the biosynthesis goes down, as we age, you know, so many damn issues. Yeah, thiamine isn't that important. When you're on a carnivore diet, it's for glucose metabolism primarily that we use more of it rather than on a carnivore diet. Riboflavin is the key one, which we use on a carnivore diet because it is required for energy production. So riboflavin is the big one. You actually need more than even the RDIs actually say. But with niacin, you only need half. And the funny thing is, if you have one major meal of pork a day or bacon or whatever, you may get 100% of your requirement, which makes it a non-issue. You don't have to supplement. Plus, there are some of the bifidobacterias that I've been talking about earlier. You may have missed that part, which basically has to do with fixing that up with a protocol of 3 months of B50s, and they have to all be in the 50 milligram range, and then they can restore those as long as you're not taking glyphosate or other antibiotics too, because they're very vulnerable to those things. And you can actually get your levels done. Also, that Ruteri does actually provide B9 and B12, some of it, so it's quite good in that regard. If somebody's a vegan or a plant-based and is organic, so they're not getting the glyphosate or any of the stuff, that is a good supplement for them to improve their B9, B12 status. Plus, you know, if they add more riboflavin, if they're vegetarian in particular, they can add more milk, like raw milk, and get more riboflavin. So correct that pathway as well, that enzymatic pathway, to bring their homocysteine levels down. So that's sort of for those sort of people, a bit of a biohack. If you've got them in your family, at least try and help them so they don't really ruin their lives completely. Yes. Alcohol, yep, they do very much deplete. So, yes. Alcohol in particular, but so do carbohydrates. They really decimate all the B vitamins, but in particular, riboflavin and thiamine and niacin really take a hit from, and so do some of the others as well, you know, but not to the extent that those three do, take a big hit from alcohol. Yep, that is very much true. He's not sleeping enough. 5 hours is insufficient. My cookware, stainless steel or glass or ceramics. That's basically it. So the only stuff that I cook in, if I'm doing, like, I've got a ceramic, which is, you know, I've got a pot slow cooker. It's a ceramic slow cooker. For my my roast type is also a glass. So it's glass. So you put it in, it's a glass that's see-through, and all that. The cover is glass as well. So that goes into the oven. And for frying and heating up water for coffees and stuff, milk is, and also the kettle for heating up water for coffee. All that sort of stuff is stainless steel. So that's pretty much I think the safest ones that we've got out there: ceramics, stainless steel, and basically glass. So, yep. What's your take on the radiation concerns Teflon keeps yapped about? Don't know enough about it in that regard, mate. Can't really. Yes. I'll look into it now that you've actually brought it to my attention. We're at the bottom, probably about 10 minutes away before we see Mary popping up. So I'll have to ask her. You're dirty mind. He has got a dirty mind, doesn't he? I'll be expecting a question like that from you, T1. He's got an EMF fetish. He may have. I don't know. He's going to make a comment. You wait. You're going to get a whack shortly. We've got 2 minutes before Roy makes an appearance. You'll have to bloody wait. Fuck sugar from you. And then bin them out. Yeah. Sounds like a good story. The argument of EMF radiation, I think, is vibration disturbance in the water body. Yeah, I've heard that. Look, as I've actually shown, EMFs do not cause heat shock proteins. That means, remember the thing that I did with Bart, the zilch? This sort of radiation disturbance in water, still unproven, any of that sort of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that's just unproven in that regard. But there is a blue light spectrum. All EMFs, all magnetic fields, non-native magnetic fields, whether it's coming from the wiring of your home, your router, your computer creates magnetic fields, your mobile phone creates magnetic fields, your fridge creates magnetic fields. Every bloody thing that is electrical creates magnetic fields. Those fields have blue light spectrum. That blue light is fine in the daytime, but in the evenings, it's going to affect your circadian rhythms and your melatonin production. So you want to minimize those things. That's why lights, glasses, we're 1 minute away, so I might as well switch over, shut my eyes and switch over. Everything's become very orangey. G'day, fans. Nice to meet you. Only the lonely. There you go. That's all you're going to get from me, T1. So, yes, in that regard, I would say it's really the blue spectrum that's the issue. And we don't know enough about... See, the thing is, we're not also earthing ourselves. So some of these things that people attributed to could be the lack of earthing. So I'm saying, well, unless they do really good studies and rather than talking a lot of nonsense, we don't know. He sure does. He's an EMF hypochondriac. Is that what you said? Yes. Yes, I've heard all that. But at the same time, actually empirically proving the exact mechanism still hasn't been fully elucidated or explained, which is what it basically means. So we've got to be very careful not to speculate and jump to assumptions. Yeah, certain things are being affected, but at the same time, when you actually earth yourself, even though you're around magnetic fields, you know what happens? These things seem to settle themselves down. So is it really those non-native, or is it the lack of earthing that actually is causing, because now we're wearing shoes with plastic soles. Could be. So I will let you ponder that thought. Tufani needs a new income. That's true. Isn't he now under copperized or under, what is it, under ironed? He went to apparently to the hospital, gave up blood. He doesn't have enough iron now, he's passing out or something like that. If it's not one, it's the other extreme. Oh, God. I'm a good froggy. Oh, I bet you are. Exactly. Paranoia is his middle name. He's give up his bodybuilding also. Worst lifting form I've ever seen. Hilarious. Yeah, look. The funny thing is I gave him links to information that actually showed what the old bodybuilders did. Some of the techniques to widen their chest and all sorts of stuff like that. And even some of the formulas, like the sort of egg and dairy stuff and all that. And he poo-pooed that and went for rice and basically, which is not good for you, and for honey, which is very highly glycating, which is not good for you, rather than actually say, well, here's something which is much more anabolic than even a potato, and it's a sharp effect through the dairy type product. But then he had, dairy is probably a problem, So he ignored all that. That's just before he started attacking Bart, and I cut my relationship off with him. Yeah, it is hilarious. It is. I've seen a couple of people, because I don't sub to him anymore, and a couple of people have sent me links and said, have you seen this latest one? You'll get a few laughs, and they've shown me exact spot in his, because I'm not going to go right through his stuff. And they show me a time stamp, and they said, listen to this, and I get a bit of a giggle, and I leave it at that. Yes. It could be worse. Yeah, he's in the house. Yes. There's nothing like earthing that is really good for you. Oh, there's Mary. I'll put her on.
Hi.
Mary.
Hi. Good morning or good evening for you.
Connect yourself up so I can hear you. Hi there.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, great.
Good.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you too. We're having a very Greek Sunday over here. You'd love it. How's your day going?
Yeah, it hasn't been too bad.
Good. Good. What all have you been talking about?
Well, we've had a lot of frivolous stuff, but also we've been talking about a number of things about what other people have been doing out there and stuff like that, and a few questions about different issues, whether it's methylation or this sort of stuff. So we've had a few interesting questions. I did say to them, do you realise, 15 minutes before, the actual time, try and put a few questions there for Mary and all that, and, didn't really work.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
You've got a few fans there, which is good to see. There's Nurse Trouble.
I don't know about you guys, I just discovered a book, and maybe this has been out for a while, I don't know, but have you read the book Breathe?
No, I haven't.
A friend just turned me onto it earlier this week. So since I talked to you, and it's so good. Oh, thank you, Dylan. It's so good because it goes into a lot of what we practitioners see. So a lot of times I'll prescribe people to do breath work or like Wim Hof, these kind of things. And one of the reasons why I do it is to get blood glucose under control and these kind of things. Some odd ones too with breath work, which will sound crazy, like taping your mouth shut at night forces you to breathe through your nose, and that balances blood sugar. But this book is really great because it goes into all the science behind it. So if you guys are interested into the like whys behind certain traditional practices, why they work, this book is a really good one to jump into. Email
me the link and I'll actually add it to the description for this crowd, and they can actually check it out. Yeah, look, I've done in the past like sort of taping as well, especially because this is years ago, I had sleep apnea and quite severe, snoring and stuff like that. And I found it, and I heard about this. It was actually from somebody who taught me some yoga type breathing exercises, and then I learned a bit about that. I never really went deep into the science of it, so I don't know enough in that regard. But I know enough to be dangerous, and so to speak. But I do reckon it's one of those things, because it's so esoteric. It's really hard to explain it to people, and I'm always fearful that people are going to go, "Oh, that sounds really woo-woo, Harry."
No, me too. That's why I've actually never mentioned it on any podcast or any public thing.
Yeah,
and even in my private practice,
we're very open. We're very open, But the thing is, when it comes to mouth taping, it's sort of easier to sell that to people, because you can say, well, by mouth taping, you'll get improvements, and there is some good science to show quite clearly that you will not wake up at night. It actually mimics CPAP type devices. So in that regard, you can sell that, and it's cheaper and it's less problematic in that regard. So it's, without going too much into the science and actually scaring them off.
Right. No, and it's nice because if someone does have a blood glucose monitor, they see the results the next day, so they don't have to go based on faith either. And I find it much better for sleep apnea in the light cases, especially because nobody wants to clean that machine or take it with them, and it's loud and uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a great option.
And it's also awkward, for a lot of people to be, they want to go on holidays. It's not a practical thing.
Yes.
In that regard. Yes. So.
No mouth breathers.
Yes, exactly. Look, sometimes I'm going up the hill, and most people know from my videos I'm panting away, and I'm trying to, because I'm talking to them, and I blame my subs that I have to talk in the video, and so I end up mouth breathing as a consequence. Because normally when I go for my long walks, I try to keep my mouth shut. That's probably the only time I'm silent, guys.
It's actually a great trick to get at your posture. So if you have poor posture and you're not producing enough serotonin from that lack of posture, if you work on your breath work alone, it will often get you the posture, because when you mouth breathe, it shifts the shape of your jaw and the position of your head in relation to the body. And so a nice, easy, like no-brainer to get at that is by just focusing on breathing through your nose.
Yeah, look, I saw a lot of improvements as well. It is a good thing in that regard, because I used to get sort of a lot of lower back pain as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that, I mean, it is related to other things, but posture and basically breathing also has an effect because of the nervous system. So
that's
it's
right.
Yeah.
So if you don't have proper posture, you don't get the serotonin up to the brain, so you actually get depressed, and you can immediately pump up your serotonin just by fixing your posture in that moment.
Yes,
you don't
that
have to wait.
Damn vagus nerve.
That's right. Yeah, it's a great trick, though.
Yeah, it is, but it works. I mean, as I try to point out to the guys here, that it's so, the body's so interconnected. It's like, for instance, with a lot of people coming off plant-based diets or SAD diets and all that, they think, well, do I have SIBO? Do I have? In most cases, I find, and you've probably come across, most people have some gallstone dysfunction or gallbladder dysfunction, some pancreatic dysfunction because of the bile ducts. Some, stomach dysfunction in terms of acid production, and some, gut, general, the small intestine sort of dysfunction, because either they're not recycling bile properly, or not enough is there to recycle. They're not clearing out their small intestine with sufficient bile. And all these seems, it's synergistic. And so in a sense, the only way to resolve it is working on all of them.
Yes, absolutely. I find so, I practiced for a long time in Northwest America, which is where most of the naturopaths come from, and where it's very legitimized in the States.
Yep.
In most states, it's not. But in the Northwest, they can practice like regular MDs and PhDs and these kind of things. So they can write prescriptions and all of that. And from that, there's a lot of SIBO diagnosis going on in the Northwest because of that. And so I'll get a patient and they'll come in and they'll be like, man, this might be an MS patient or something. They'll be like, I just got diagnosed with SIBO. And I'd say, yes, it's really difficult to not have SIBO if you're chronically ill. Like, SIBO is not even though it's a diagnosis, you can take a test for it. It's really more of a secondary issue. It's like when you're looking at a body of health in terms of a building, SIBO is like a top floor issue. You've got to take care of the foundation first and each of the levels underneath it, get that nervous system running right. And when you do that, usually the SIBO goes away and stays away. And it's not a big issue to treat, to be honest, like so many people struggle with. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, look, exactly. And that's what I find, that once you fix the stomach, the acidity levels, and you've fixed your gallbladder, and that means you've got bile flowing, you've got things being broken down properly in your stomach, everything starts resolving. Gut malabsorption goes away, all these issues go away. And I've been telling people, fix stomach acidity and gallstone issues, whatever exists. And it depends. If you've got stones, you may need some malic acid. If you don't have stones, and sometimes a lot of people still have leftover sludge. I had leftover sludge for a long time. I probably still have a bit, but I take taurine, and if I don't take taurine for a couple of days, I do notice it. Yeah, because taurine breaks it all. And choline is the other one.
I find with gallbladder issues in general, whether there's stones or not, that it's either a taurine or a vitamin C deficiency. And when you get that up and keep that up, the person is good. Taurine is the most common, I would say. Vitamin C is maybe 5%. And then also when there's stones, when those stones are cut open, you probably know this, but when those stones are cut open, there's usually a little particle, a piece of a parasite in there. It's one of the ways that the body gets rid of chronic parasite overgrowth. And that's usually very mild level. It's nothing too significant, but it is something to take into account. And luckily, a lot of the things that get the bile going also kill those mild overgrowths of parasites as well.
Precisely, exactly. And that's the thing. And I think that's another reason why we see such an endemic situation in nursing homes in older people, because the biogenesis of taurine goes down. They reduce the amount of meat consumption, and then you've got this, it's just a horrendous situation for these old people.
And they're typically fed the low cholesterol fats. And usually gallbladder issues really arise from chronic low fat consumption or low cholesterol consumption for many, many years, usually like 2 decades worth. And then you end up with a lazy gallbladder, because just like think of it like a muscle. If it's not used a lot, it's not going to take care of that bile well and produce it well and all of that. And so if you go from not eating much fat for your life, and then you also have a taurine deficiency, you're really in trouble. Your gallbladder is going to be taken out.
Yeah, the taurine is a big thing, I find, in terms of, choline plays a role in terms of exporting fat out of the liver, but it's not as a big issue unless you've got some of the genetic issues like I have, which I've sort of spoken about in the past. It depends. If somebody's, consuming a few eggs, consuming a few things, they're usually fine with choline in terms of exporting fat. But if you've got those genetic SNPs, that's when it becomes a big issue, where I can't even convert methionine to choline, or choline to folic acid, to folate. I can't do that. So I've got that SNP, and on the other methylation pathway, I really have to up my choline levels to get enough to support the choline betaine pathway.
I'm not surprised. Yeah.
And then the other pathway, my riboflavin, I've got the TT. So I'm really stuffed there as well. So I'm stuffed in both pathways in multiple ways. And so it's because of my ancestors consumed a lot of these Greeks, particular in mountainous areas, in some of the areas that you visited, consume a lot of organ meats. Mm-hmm. And I'm not surprised. It's like the cod liver and the retinol in the sort of Icelandic populations, the populations of places like the British Isles. They have that down regulated again because they got so much in the diet. They did not want to convert any more for those reasons. And so these are, as I've said to the guys, you've got to understand your ancestry. Now, this is a question for you,
yes,
Mary. In your tours around Greece, have you found anything different about sleeping practices? For example, how long or when do you go to sleep compared to, say, the more modern Western sleeping practices, which would be more North America, Australasia,
okay, so
English speaking?
It's so different. I can't even tell you. So I came over here as the naive American. Here I am getting up at 5 a.m. every day, like rigidly 5 a.m. for the last decade, at least every single day of the year. It doesn't matter if it's a holiday, New Year's, whatever. And I come here and coffee shops don't even open until 10 a.m. Nothing is open until 10 a.m. really. And that's that you're lucky if something's opening then. So it's very different. The Greeks tend to sleep in. They have kind of a diurnal schedule. Well, not even diurnal. They tend to sleep in, have kind of an easy morning, big lunch. So not much of a breakfast, then a big lunch or a suitable lunch. And then they take a nap from 2 to 5. And that time is sacred in Greece, even in Athens. To this day, you are not allowed to make noise for any reason during that time. You will make a lot of enemies, which is hard to do with the Greeks, but you will if you upset their nap time. And then
it's law, it's legislation, it's law.
It is law. Yeah, that's right. So they actually have the legal right to. And then they get a second wind and they go out really late. So if it wasn't coronavirus right now, they even like the 60s, 70-year-olds will go out to these clubs that stay open until 5. And you often don't go out until midnight or 1. I haven't seen much of this culture. I'm a morning person. So I go to like the cafes, maybe the bars at night with friends, but then I'm usually home by midnight and asleep. So I really haven't seen that side of Greece, but I see it with my family and friends here because they all go and do it. And they'll be literally like 7-year-olds will be going out to these clubs where you throw roses and you dance, and they open typically, midnight, 1 a.m. and they go until about 5. And here's something interesting for you guys. Around 5 a.m., when these clubs start to shut down and everyone starts to go home, they go to these little cafes, and I don't remember the name offhand, but you probably know them, where they make a pork broth that's very, very thick. And this is kind of like the remedy to feeling great. The next day you go and you have this broth, and then when you go to sleep and when you wake up, you feel great. So you're not hungover, you don't feel bad. It's kind of their own self-treatment kind of thing. That said, though, I should intervene and say the Greeks don't drink a lot. I'm yet to see someone who's been drunk here. So while they have drinks,
they are the sort of, where in the past they used to sell like tripe as well.
Yes.
Patsatika, they're called.
That's right.
You've probably heard the name Patsatika. I don't know how it translates, or tripe stores, you could call them in translating. And the reason is because a lot of that type of food has got a lot of B vitamins, and that's what you lose from the alcohol.
That's right.
So it's just a perfect combination.
They're really brilliant. And like I said, the Greeks, although they drink, they don't drink heavily. So they'll have like 1 to maybe 3 drinks throughout the night, something like that. But they'll still
we
go
pace
and get
ourselves.
that, and then they feel amazing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we pace ourselves, and the other thing is we're all night owls. A lot of people, I say I'm a night owl, and people say, how the hell do you stay up so late? You get up the next morning, and I usually get into work always a bit on the later side, between 9 and 10. Luckily, I've got flex time, so I can do that. And, being old and having, being part of the furniture, the place, they leave you alone. They don't tell you anything because they need you more than I need them. But otherwise, that is my lifestyle. And I tend to basically take I will stay longer in the evenings because I just have got that energy for longer. It's just, I haven't lost entirely some of those characteristics, even though they don't suit the world that I'm in.
Yes. No,
I
I
sort of
get
have to
that
work
because
around it.
my natural circadian rhythm was more Greek, I would say. But when I went through that illness, I had to totally retrain my circadian rhythms to get better. And so now I'm like up at 5, right? And those kind of things. Although I will say, since being here so long, now I get up later. I get up more at 7. I had to totally change it. Part of that, though, is working nights. I work evenings to get the time zone in. So otherwise, I wouldn't get much sleep at all. But I do think, we just barely mentioned deuterium in our podcast earlier this week, our video, and I think that's really what it comes down to with who can get away with small amounts of sleep and who can't. The Greek diet is pretty low in deuterium, and it's very high in sun, and sun clears the deuterium from the cells. And when you don't have much deuterium storage in your body, you don't require as much sleep, because when we sleep, that's one of the things that we're doing. We're clearing the deuterium from our cells. So it's a theory of mine. Well, it's not my own theory, but
I agree. I agree with it.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it's part of the actual, because one thing, you don't have any food coming in at all, and you're actually basically breaking down fats from the adipose tissue, and you're actually generating metabolic water. It's the only way through the TCA cycle you can actually replace some of the deuterium components and furnish sufficient the ions that are deuterium depleted to basically cover that sort of water requirements within the mitochondria. So it makes sense. And because as you said, the diet is pretty much low deuterium to a large extent, in particular pork, which is highly consumed and is one of the lowest deuterium sources of foods within the sort of the meat types that you can consume. I think that plays a big role in that regard. A lot of the greens that they consume, they're all because of solar radiation, photosynthesis, they're all deuterium depleted. So all that sort of stuff has its role. And I find that younger people that are not on the traditional diet, they are the ones that you see most struggling.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's very much true.
Yeah, you would have noticed that yourself. So I've promoted that idea as well on my channel about deuterium and its importance at time of sleep, and also the fasting part as well.
Yeah, and they do the cold therapy, which also lowers deuterium as well.
Exactly.
So like these grandmas, they wake up early, they can have big bellies and things because they've been eating the potatoes, but they do these really rigorous exercises, and then they go for a swim in the cold water. They have a pretty low deuterium diet, and yeah, they have tons of energy and don't seem to require much sleep or caffeine. It's amazing.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah, and you notice that amongst a lot of that older generation bracket in particular, that have those elements of the lifestyle, that also they have less exposure to blue light, which is another thing. There's all these, there's a lot of multiple factors that are at play here that do make a big difference for them in particular. So it's I don't know what the future holds for Greece. There is a lot of things that have changed in recent years in particular. And so I am worried about the younger generation. The older generation, they're fine as far as I'm concerned. All they're going to do is actually create a bigger, you could say, age bracket within the population, in terms of demographics. When people look at demographics, it's going to be even more distorted than some other countries because of that effect, unfortunately, for the economy side of things, in a sense. So what have we got here? Yep.
Oh, a lack of fat-soluble vitamins, Bjorn, will always cause the jaw deformation and the crowded teeth. So you'll have a narrow jaw, crowded teeth, and often a big tongue as well in combination with that, which kind of causes the person to open to breathe through that so that the tongue isn't going back. It can be fixed. But yeah, that's always a clear sign. Any kind of dental issue is a clear sign of mineral deficiencies along with fat-soluble vitamins. And I would say the most common would be the animal form of A along with the K2. Those two are just pretty chronically deficient. Yeah.
I mean, it's when it comes to that sort of collagen tissue and all that, it's some of the key regulators of collagen degrading enzymes and metalloproteinases. that are involved in part of that turnover and stuff like that. So that remodeling can still happen if you furnish the body with those sort of nutrients over time.
So is really interesting. I've seen remarkable things in my practice without trying to. In my own life, I was born with nice teeth. Everyone in my family was. Honestly, my mom gave us great smiles, no braces or cavities, until I was sick with a nervous system disorder that caused severe dehydration. And then I got cavities. But once I knew what that cause was, they stopped. And then, later I learned how to heal, and they haven't been an issue since. But there was one that I got after learning, after reading the book Cure Tooth Decay and Cure Gum Disease and these kind of things. And so I was like, you know what, I'm going to try this. We have a lot of dentists in the family. And so my brother-in-law took my x-rays and he's like, yeah, you have one, it's small. So I asked him if I could just kind of watch and wait and try this thing. And he thinks, but at the time, he I'm sure he would have thought I was crazy, but I took the year and I did the Cure Tooth Decay protocol with all the organ meats on a daily basis, the cod liver oil, all that kind of stuff. And this was despite having a nervous system disease at the time, which if any of you guys know how that relates to your gum and dental health, it drastically affects it. So at the end of the year, I went and saw him again and had the x-ray, and he actually didn't believe it. He took 18 x-rays because he thought surely we just missed it. And no, it had fully remineralized. It was really remarkable. And that was despite being still sick at the time. So it's really possible to fix that kind of thing. Whether you can move your teeth and that kind of thing, I can't say without a device, but I've seen remarkable changes in people's health when they bring in the fat-soluble vitamins, to the degree, like I mentioned earlier, that I'm often surprised. I had a patient earlier this year who I was treating for a mental health disorder and histamine intolerance. And she didn't tell me about her dental health. So often people will have things that they just don't think are dietarily related. They think, oh, this is just a family thing, a genetic thing. Maybe it's like a nail fungus. What could diet do about that? That kind of thing. Well, she's young. She was 17 and she had 18 cavities. And her mom called me just a few months ago and she was like, listen, you won't believe this, but we didn't get the cavities treated and they're all gone. They're all gone. So really, even in pretty severe cases, I think it's worth a shot if it's safe to try. But the changing of the mouth plate is what you see the most in traditional cultures versus cultures that have adopted the modern diet. You immediately see it in the next generation, and then it gets worse with each generation that's eating the processed foods.
Yeah, it's the old Pottinger's cat type situation where
Absolutely.
These things epigenetically then sort of all become over a number of generations more pronounced genetically, and that to silence those requires some radical change, and it can take a couple of generations to reverse it as well. So it's not always, but some of the remodeling can take place. I've actually noticed with a lot of like carnivores and all that, because once I've got certain people where they've actually, for cardiovascular reasons, I've got them on a low inflammatory diet so they can clear out, and some fasting to clear out some of the gunk within their blood vessels, but at the same time, high doses of MK4. And what's actually happened is, because of the high doses, a lot of the tartaring and a lot of the actual issues with their teeth have resolved as well.
Yes.
And it just proves quite clearly that bone mineralization does need these fat-soluble vitamins. It's quite clear that it's so much involved. I've talked about some of the research in the past with some of the guys about how intravenously they've put in different types of nutrients and vitamins and all that. They haven't looked at the fat-soluble vitamins, unfortunately, and all they did was they played around with some of the minerals and stuff like that, and just showed that you do need sodium. If you reduce it too low, or phosphorus, you can actually get some level of sarcopenia and stuff like that. But at the same time, they did not look. And so it sort of studies here and there, sort of in convoluted ways. And only when you look at those and you see, okay, it's actually affecting these enzymes, which are involved in degrading collagen or rebuilding collagen and stuff like that. But it's sort of these narrow reductionist sort of, but when you pull it all together, and then you see some of the experiences of people changing and adding more fat-soluble vitamins and see the difference, and stuff that, Weston A. Price also observed between those different population groups. It sort of really interesting that that even now I find that people, when they do make those changes, they do notice differences. It can take a while because older, it takes a bit more effort for remodeling, and sometimes it's much harder to remodel as well. But you can at least, you may not get like the mouth completely remodeling, but at least you can get some improvements in the density of the jaw and stuff like that, especially when you're eating and you're compressing food. So that improves all that structure. Plus, that will improve breathing as well. Yeah. And the other benefit is improving the general oral microbiome. There's actually a new one, that BioGaia supplement, the Swedish company. Yes. They've got a new one from that centenarian Japanese lady. I just noticed Bart's in the g'day Bart. He's in the actual chat room. And they are just about to release that, which will be really good. And this old lady actually had no issues with cavities or whatever. And she was, the Japanese have some level of grain in there, not a lot, but still. And she was a centenarian and really had good, oral microbiome. So that is another potential hack for people to improve that side of things as well. So I'm sort of looking forward to that. Let's see what other questions we've got here. A lot of mouth breathing ones that people are talking about. Oops. G'day, mate. Good to see you. And
well, while you're looking, I'll tell you that BioGaia company has a really interesting strain of Ruddick. I don't know if you've made that into yogurt or not, but I use that with my patients a lot. The strain, I find if it's taken directly, doesn't seem to affect people too much. But yes, yeah, that's why on carnivore. Yeah, Bjorn. But this strain, if you make it into yogurt, I find you really get the benefit of the Ruddick bacteria. And what Ruddick does, at least the strain of it, there's many strains, is boost collagen output exponentially. Don't quote me on this. I think it's either 300 or 400% in 1 month. I can't remember if it's the 3 or 4. Whereas if you take collagen directly, it only increases 4% over an entire year. So the amount of change you can get in your body by changing your microbiome, whether it's in your mouth or set organs or the skin, is really quite drastic. And I think you can definitely see it in pictures. There's a man, and you'll have to forgive me, I just got introduced to him, so I don't know his name, but he was on Joe Rogan maybe a month ago, and he has been working with head restructuring in terms of breathing and that kind of thing. And he actually has photos and studies of people's skulls changing shape, which isn't too surprising given the fact that cranial osteopathy has been doing that for so long, and they have many studies showing that you can change things over time. I don't know whether they're using devices or no devices, but it's an interesting thing to look in. But you can see the difference in people. I'm sure if you looked at your own photos from many years ago, you would look pretty different than from doing the work now. Yes, yeah, exactly. You really can see someone's health in a picture in many ways.
Yeah, my face was actually far more narrower.
Oh, really?
My face was much narrower, and I was a premature baby, and also my face was narrower, and also my sort of jaw went really way further in, so it came, wasn't really, it was like poorly formed. Yeah, it was sort of very thin down here and all that. That's sort of grown outwards. I've got more better cheeks now and stuff like that. So yeah, that's a lot of that has changed, and I really had a lot of. Those crooked teeth really haven't, they're not as bad as what they were, but they were really bad in the past. They were like back and forward. They've sort of come more. They've straightened out a bit, but they haven't really. They've gapped up, and so the other ones have sort of moved in place a bit and all that. But to a large extent, in the past, when I was a really young child, there were like teeth behind or nearly behind each other.
See, that's very much in your mom's microbiome. Yeah.
It was really bad. And mum, she was quite sickly, had a lot of issues and stuff like that. And I suspect, it had something to probably do with that. And you do get your mum's microbiome. And, Dad is a much healthier beast compared to Mum's passed away now. But even though a lot of her family members lived longer, and her younger sister in Australia, she's much older now than what Mum was. She's still around. Mum's problem was that she listened to the doctors too much, and she consumed a lot of grains, a lot of seed oils and stuff like that, something that I did as well, thinking that I was an expert, and did a lot of damage to my health, and she did a lot of damage to her health and passed away earlier, where her brother, on the other hand, who lived in Greece, smoked, and basically loved alcohol as well to his dying breath, and lived to 93.
Wow. Yeah.
Go figure. And here's Mum, no smoking, no drinking, none of all these, thinking that she's doing everything perfect, and dies at 76, the youngest within her whole family.
Yeah, I'll tell you, being rebellious.
Even my other auntie, my oldest auntie, her oldest sister, died from choking on some food. That wasn't from dying from a disease or anything, just choking on some food. And she was in her 80s.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think being a rebellion is so healthy in the health field. It's almost required, because if you are compliant, you end up often more sick.
Look, exactly. That's what I've sort of found myself, that once you become, I don't like using words like contrarian or stuff like that, but once you sort of step out and you look at the body in a more holistic way, you realize that, things are a bit more complicated. And I find the sort of nexus of all the different areas synergistically that you have to deal with all these sort of things. And I found that by just fixing my gut microbiome with B vitamins, for a couple of months and all that, and vitamin D, it resolved a lot of my gut microbiome issues. And actually, I used to get a lot of, like in my shins and, parts of my bones, I used to get some pain. And this was when I was younger. And now I'm older, a decade older, and I don't get the same sort of stuff. I actually do now more, like I'll jog up the stairs at work to the 9th floor and do all this sort of stuff. And I couldn't even get to the 1st floor, but that's another issue. But, I used to get, just from walking, a lot of pain in my limbs, for a long time. And I just thought, I'm getting old and all that. That's what most people think. Mm-hmm. And when you fix your gut microbiome, you put back the fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that, you just regain so much health, which is. Yeah,
you just don't have those aches. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's really true.
And it really annoyed me. I always thought, I always put it down. Oh, you're overweight. You're walking, for 20 minutes. It's putting a lot of pressure on the bones, and that's what it was. But it wasn't, because I now basically have a backpack with shitloads of kilos of stuff that I've actually put on, that I've gone and purchased because I walk around all the time, and it doesn't cause that problem. It's just basically my bones were weak. Simple as that, from poor nutrition. Oops, I think we've lost Mary. Okay. So her internet's gone down. Anyway, hopefully we'll get her back. We'll wait until she comes back in. Oh, look, you look at some of the Russian ladies, the older ladies and all that, and they're big ladies. I mean, I remember a Russian friend of mine showing me one of the big those mums, and she basically could lift logs. So this was a big lady. She was overweight, big, and she could lift big logs. I mean, she'd put them on her shoulders and move them. And I would struggle to do something like that. And I suspect Mary wouldn't, many of the rest of us. So she was really strong and robust, but slightly overweight. Mm-hmm. Overweight doesn't mean you're sick. Yeah. If that's in your subcutaneous tissue, we make a big fuss about it. It's really visceral fat, and even visceral fat, a bit of it isn't going to be a problem. Actually, it does have positive signaling properties, but too much is the problem when you get far more, and fatty droplets in the organs in particular is even worse than the actual visceral fat itself. What's your experience?
I think it's due to the generation that they're in as well. So what I see with the yayas, the grandmothers here, is that they're all very robust, and that some are quite svelte and some are heavier, but they're kind of not heavy everywhere, and they're not obese like the States. No one is like obese, I would say. I don't see that. But these people are very mobile, very active, very fit. They're exercising every day. So they are overweight, perhaps by regular standards, but only when they get much older. So we're talking like 70, 80, that kind of thing. And like I said, they're still working out every day. And I think that's generation. I bet if you go back a couple generations, that may not have been the case. I think it's they have such a healthy microbiome here because the antibiotics haven't been used heavily until recently. And so these grandmas, these yayas, haven't had a lot of that, hopefully, at least most of them. And so even though they've adopted the potatoes in the last 50 years and that kind of thing, that's kind of how it's presenting. They're still very, very healthy. Honestly, they seem healthier than me. In almost all ways. Like they just are so energetic. Even the way they speak is almost like shouting. They have so much energy behind their voices and in everything, but in a passionate, fun way, not in a scary way. And it's a wonderful thing. And so I think that's the one area that their microbiome has like adapted in that way. They just have a bit of extra padding, but it hasn't really affected their health. I do see a difference in the different grandmas. So for instance, when I look at my guy's family, he has these two yayas, and one is quite svelte and lived until I think she was 97. She passed this year, and I think had coronavirus not happened, she probably would not have. But she was very isolated when that happened.
Unfortunately,
anyway, she ate a stick of butter almost every day of her life, and her whole family was horrified by this. and she didn't listen. She loved it, and she didn't eat much. She really fasted through most of the day. She was the cook in the restaurant, and while she was making all these things for everyone else, she would be eating the butter, and she would just eat it straight, like Paula Deen. And and everyone was horrified by that, but then she was the healthiest of everyone.
Yeah, my grandfather did that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the yaya that's more heavy set, she has the sweet tooth. She eats more of the sweets and that kind of thing. So you can see it, but still with that generation, it hasn't affected their health in the way that it's affected my generation.
Occasionally engages the Randall cycle.
Yeah.
So Philip Randall is a good friend of hers occasionally. Yes. I mean, that's the same thing with those Russian ladies where they are consuming a bit more fat potatoes and stuff like that, which isn't traditional in their diet. But they've sort of done that. I think we've lost Mary again. We'll get her back. She's having a few internet problems. Yeah, you too, Sarah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Look, I noticed I don't need as much sleep as well. Same reasons. Is he still here? Is he gone? I think he's gone. I was going to cycle through there. I just wanted to Mary to have an opportunity to sort of answer some of these questions of ours. Oops, I don't know what that was about. Typo. No. Yeah, we'll actually put that up. Let's see her perspective on it. I've got some ideas, but I would like to hear Mary's sort of view on that. Yeah, that's the great thing, no more cavities. I'll tell you one thing I miss. I really hoped, I wish I'd come across some of this sort of stuff a hell of a lot earlier. You know, I sort of suffered a lot with tooth problems when I was younger and all that. It's quite prevalent, believe me. Vitamin D, retinol, they're all quite prevalent. You know, people do not consume, they're eating far too much refined garbage nowadays. It's very prevalent. Bloat maxing. Mate. Hopefully we get her back. Seems a bit more severe. She's having a few problems there with the internet, unfortunately. Actually, when we started our chat, when I did my chat with her on Zoom, we actually had, you know, the internet dropped out completely, and I had to basically we had to redo the intro and then do it right through. So it ended up being more longer than we were expecting it for that reason. So hopefully we get her back. Yeah, apparently. Hope not. 3 hours. It's check the description. It's all there. Her email, her link, and all that sort of stuff. So if you guys, you know, get over, please subscribe. She's a great lady, wealth of information, and she's dealt with a lot of, practically, you know, more than I have, consultancies and stuff like that with people that have got these sort of conditions and ailments, really severe certain things. So she's really switched on that stuff. So do consider. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Anyway, you can still ask me questions, guys. Where's T1 and T2 gone? They've vanished. You know, they're going, oh, this is becoming too serious. You know, we can't joke. We can't say things inappropriate. Harry's going to spank us. So they've taken off. Chickens. That much, that T1 and T2 don't have much of a backbone. Run and hide, boys. Is that it? Yes, I think we've probably lost her for, you know, she's probably had a major issue. We'll just continue until, lurking quietly, basically. You scoundrels, lurking quietly. Not surprised at all. And there's Nurse Trouble as well. Good to see you back. Yeah, look, a lot of these sort of conditions that we find ourselves in have to do with, you know, the gut microbiome, the immune system. It's the fat-soluble vitamins and the micronutrients really play important roles. And they play important roles with the microbiome in your mouth, in your, you know, intestinal system and all that. There are different sort of combinations of colonies that exist in different parts as well that have different roles to play, and that is really important, that we need to understand that, and we need to sort of provide them with the right sort of foods. And when you provide the body with the right sort of foods, magical things really happen. Good, mate. Appreciate it. It's good of you guys. Just wondering, is there an ideal UV index for vitamin D production? Look, they usually say the best time is between the hours are usually between 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock. In the summertime, it shifts to about 10 o'clock to about 3 o'clock as well. It seems like it adds an extra hour. And the index has a role to play, but at the same time is how dark your skin is as well. So it's what may be a good index or level for you may not be. And then it also has to do with your diet. How long can you stay in the sun? I can stay as a maximum of 4 to 5 hours and only become pinkish because I get enough niacin to heal from any UV damage, and I've got enough fat-soluble vitamins to deal with the, regulating those collagen-degrading enzymes to turn over and assist in that rebuilding and refixing of any damaged skin structure. So yeah, so it depends. It really depends on a number of factors. That's why people that were outdoors, but I would say for a very light skin, about 20 to 30 minutes in the summertime. Some people that are very, let's say, really pasty white, probably 15 minutes. They will get quite a bit of vitamin D. The other thing is that when you look at the test, now a lot of people do the test like the 125 or the 25 OHD3 test. All that tells you is how much is bound or stored and how much is converted as an active form. That's all they tell you. They don't tell you anything else. Most of your body, like a lot of the enzymes, a lot of the actual receptors in the immune system and all that, what they will take up is free vitamin D. So, yeah, she's back.
So sorry, our internet
That's okay.
cut out, and I had to reset the router. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry. I knew what had happened, so you had to reset your router like last time. That's okay. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Ironically, I work by video, and I can't tell you how rare this is, especially when I'm in Greece. But it's happened both times with you. I'm very sorry.
Yeah. Look. Oh well. I'm unlucky. Yeah. So look. We're talking about vitamin D production and all that. I'm sort of telling them about the different skin color that do play a role in that regard. Then there's the time of the year that does play a role. Also has to do the health of the skin plays a role as well. The older you get, the more damaged skin you've got. That can be a problem. What I find is you definitely need the fat-soluble vitamins. They play a very important role in maintaining the integrity of those bilayers within the skin. But one of the most important things to deal with this sort of damage from UV is basically niacin. Plays a big healing role, not only for the redox potential and NAD+, but also has a very important role in terms of some of the antioxidant properties and some of the actual reparative healing properties to skin. It's one reason why they put it into some of the skin supplements and stuff like that, for that reason. And so that's sort of another important element in that. I mean, my sort of endurance because of niacin and the fat-soluble vitamins that I get in my diet more than enough. Greeks eat a lot of pork, there's a lot of niacin in pork. Tuna, fish have got a lot of niacin in it as well, which is the things that I sort of consume. Look, I have steak now and then, I do. I had steak today because I forgot to take out pork. It's in the deep fridge, and I said, do I want to defrost anything? And I said, no, bugger, I'm not going to defrost now. It's, I've got live streams. No, bugger it, I just have the beef. But I tell you, if there was pork there, I would have had the pork. That's a definite. But I find that my longest stay out in the sun is about, before I become pinky, is about 5 hours, which isn't too bad, where I don't get burnt, where before when I was on seed oils and everything else, I would burn within half an hour.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference what your diet is in terms of if you burn or not, or when you burn.
Yeah, precisely. And that's what I say. It's not surprising in the past. I mean, most Greeks, most Italians, most anybody in the past, when they weren't office workers, they were working the land or working out, constructing buildings or whatever, construction workers or whatever, or tradespeople. They weren't indoors. They were always outdoors. These people, because they had a diet rich in fat-soluble vitamins, because of their diet, they didn't need sunscreen, And I'm saying the biggest problem that actually happened in our world was we started using seed oils. We started incorporating these bad fats in our tissue. We made ourselves more vulnerable to burning. So then we went for the next stupid option. Oh, let's use the reductionist MD approach and we'll pharmaceutically correct this with sunscreen. So we started using toxic sunscreen, which basically didn't fix the problem. It just basically, people still get skin cancer because they're not protected because of lack of fat-soluble vitamins, niacin, and stuff like that. And that's where we've sort of ended up. We've also ended up with severe deficiencies in vitamin D. I was trying to explain to the guys earlier about that everybody's focused on 25-OHT D3 and the 125, and I'm saying one's stored and one's the active, and that plays. They will tell you about calcium homeostasis and regulation, and some of the other, when it comes to bone mineralization, certain of the osteocalcin enzymes and certain others. And it's stored for those sort of purposes, to protect against rickets and all this sort of other stuff. But most people don't realize that a lot of enzymes out there that do not use the bound type form, they use the free D3 or D vitamin. And those enzymes, like in the prostate and elsewhere, are really affecting. Yeah. And so, that's where the big thing about the explosion in cancer, because of basically slip, slop, slap, like they say in Australia, put your sunscreen on and, make yourself deficient, and deficiencies have gone through the roof. Autoimmunity has gone through the roof. Cancer has gone through the roof. All these things, a lot of it's not only the food, but also the lack of vitamin D in its free form as well, that plays such a role throughout the body endemic, that is basically creating a lot of these issues. I mean, you've probably seen a lot of this in your own experience dealing with people.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, one of the first things I do is get them sun exposed and get those fat soluble vitamins up and then get them off the sunscreens. In fact, in my practice, I don't let them put anything on their skin they can't eat at all. So if they're going somewhere, like the Polynesians used to use coconut oil on their skin, which has an 8 SPF. But what I usually have people do is get as much sun as they can, and you're probably doing the same, and then just put on a thin layer of something. Put on like a linen shirt or something silk that's going to breathe and keep you cool once you feel like you're starting to get pink. And then you build up that endurance, and the longer you do the dietary work, the more you can stay in the sun, to where you're just not really burning unless you're maybe stuck in the Sahara for 3 days.
Precisely.
Something extreme. Yeah.
Yeah, that's been my experience as well. I mean, if I was to do, because I did an experiment for a couple of days doing 5 hours, multiple hours like that, and eventually I did get a bit of burning,
Yeah.
because there is a threshold.
There's a threshold, absolutely. Yeah. I know when I was a child, I would burn pretty easily, and now I really don't. In fact, people won't believe me because it's not that I'm very tan. I'm not very pale either. I'm just kind of normal. But when I'm out, I can really be out all day without burning. And people will I'll be with them on retreats or something, and they'll be like, "You should put something on," and I'd be like, "No, really, just check me tomorrow, and I'll be totally normal the next day." So your skin really can tolerate a lot, and a lot of that has to do with those fat-soluble vitamins and your fatty acid profile of your whole body, which is why I think in traditional cultures, of course, sunscreen wasn't needed, and we could be in the sun all the time because we had the right fatty acid profile for that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. A lot of people, I try to point out that that's the most, one of the most important things that we did. The foods that we ate, I mean, back then, I can't think of putting it down, I did take a look, and look, I'm not, it's an association. I don't want to basically make a sort of argument in that case, but I noticed that when I looked at some stats, and I don't know what it's like in North America because I haven't looked up. This is the Australian stats, which I've looked at. And it has to do with melanoma in Australia, which is very high. It's one of the countries with some of the highest levels of melanoma. And I actually, there's a strong correlation that the more packaged foods is consumed in Australia as a percentage of the actual diet. And then when you there's near a very strong correlation in terms of statistical strength between the two. So you get very good p-values. Now, it is an association. I know association does not mean causation. It's not clinical, so we can't actually infer causation. But it's such a strong association. And when we look at other cultures that have got cleaner diets and all that, we see the same. We see basically the reverse being strongly associated. So
right, because you can even look at the equatorial tribes in Africa who have their skin exposed all year. It's a warm climate; they're in the sun all the time, and they don't get skin cancer at all. It's not a matter of lack of diagnosis; they just don't get it. So it's very clearly a way that we're living and this kind of thing. And there was a really neat study. I'll see if I can find this. I've actually been meaning to find it because I remember being really struck by it. It was a long-term study done over 50 years. And I would have been reading this maybe in 2009 or so. So I was looking at this a while ago. But it followed melanoma cases around the world from places that had the lowest incidence to places that had the highest. And the interesting thing was that it really seemed to fully reverse over the 50 years. So the places that started out being very, very low ended up being some of the highest 50 years later with melanoma. And of course, what you've got in that time span is a change of lifestyle, a change of diet. Other things that they found and that they've continued to find over and over is that it's often found in people that get the least amount of sunshine and in areas of the body that get the least amount of sunshine, like between the toes and things like that. So I really think it has far less to do with access to sun and more to do with your metabolic and your hormonal health. Because I know sometimes with cancer, we can lump it in as just a metabolic disease, but there are hormonal cancers as well that you can't just get at via the immune system. You have to also get at hormonally. And so, yeah, when both of those are at play, and of course the seed oils, like you're bringing up, Bjorn, they affect both. They affect your blood sugar levels as well as the hormonal health of the body.
Yeah, and that's really true. I mean, yes, there are ones which bacteria or viruses, we do have those sort of as well, but the overwhelming majority are definitely is because of the foods we eat. We've seen this explosion. I think it's a combination of that and a weaker immune system and functioning, and the other side of that coin, of the food coin, is vitamin D.
Yeah,
I really think that is the twin part of that coin.
And you're gonna love this. You probably already know it, but with that, I'm seeing huge issues in the States over the last 15 years because people are supplementing with vitamin D, but not with the cofactors that you guys all know about. Especially the animal form of A is super important with cancer. So if you take high levels of D artificially, you're not doing all the great lifestyle and dietary things you guys are. You're just taking it in pill
Precisely.
form. You end up with a animal form vitamin A deficiency, and that is like laying out a welcome mat to cancer cells.
Precisely.
So it is, so important to get all three together and to do the lifestyle things that boost those along with the dietary as well.
Yeah, I sort of mentioned earlier about the prostate, and that there is an enzyme in there that while it is actually the key regulators vitamin D, retinol is the thing that actually allows the vitamin D to do the function.
That's right. That's why it's so important with it. Yeah.
And prevent cell proliferation and actually shrink the actual prostate. So there's good research in that. Yes, it is animal-based studies because you can't experiment on humans the way it goes. But preventing cell proliferation. And here they're inducing it. It's not as if something that happens over time in humans where they become dysfunctional. Here they're actually inducing it and then really pulling it all back with just getting in those vitamins. So it explains a lot of the sort of the modern explosion in prostate cancers, breast cancers, in all these sort of things that without the, and I sort of continually sort of the drumbeat on this channel, remind them sort of MK4, retinol, and D3. It's sort of like it's a troparia of mine, and for the gut microbiome, the B vitamins, so, and for brain sort of functioning because of pantothenic acid. But pantothenic acid is a sort of a double-edged sword. You've got to be very careful not to overdo it as well, which is a thing. But it's something that I've discussed with them on, some of the biohacks and stuff like that. But it's things that I've just hadn't had the chance to do a lot of the videos. It's in my live streams. It's time consuming having a regular job.
Right.
It doesn't help finding the time, but at least if I can get some of this information out and just remind people, stick to basically your diet as long as it's predominantly animal-based, and it's basically supporting, getting in those sufficient B vitamins. You've got to be very careful with B vitamins. As I said, they do slightly store, and too much can be a problem. And this is why if you're coming from a vegan, vegetarian, a very poor, sad diet, you probably can do really well with a lot of organ meats. But the moment you've basically been from a paleo, keto, all that, it's actually probably smarter to basically occasionally have the multivitamin rather than have it on a daily basis, because it can become an issue. And at least with Greeks, with their organ meats, they overcook them, which means that they reduce both the fat-soluble vitamins and the B vitamins in it, and they can over consume them on a more regular basis because of that reason. So you've got to understand that it's not just what they eat, but how they eat it and what they do to the food that they eat. I mean, you've seen that. I mean, just please confirm for me.
No, I have definitely seen it. I've been scrolling through everybody's comments and questions while you were talking about that. So yes, I have definitely seen that. I wanted to say with Wim Hof and alkalizing the body, what's interesting is that with working with tens of thousands of people, what I see the most is actually being too alkaline, not too acidic.
Precisely.
So for instance, like a lot of women who are dealing with infertility or BV, which is a common infection, it's like 1 in 3 women have it in the modern world. It's too alkaline there, or the colon is too alkaline, the stomach is too alkaline. So you really want to be in a different pH state with each organ, and the body should be balancing that for you. And if you're artificially changing that, it's not a great idea. So I wouldn't say that the Wim Hof is alkalinizing, especially because he's actually driving up lactic acid content.
Precisely.
So he's really playing with the pH at different points in the breathing technique. So you're becoming acidic with the hyperventilation, and then a bit more alkaline, and all that's going to balance out. So it shouldn't really be changing the pH of the body
Yeah, look,
overall.
the body's pH in terms of, in particular, blood homeostasis is really tightly regulated, and in a lot of other parts in the body, it's really because otherwise you die very fast. So a lot of people making certain arguments out there, they're just not valid. They just defy physiology. But
it's too simple. It's
reductionist and simple, exactly. What I do notice is when you've got cancer, your urine tends to be more alkaline, and it's something that people aren't aware of. They're more concerned about, my urine is so acidic. That's great.
That
is damn great. That's what you want.
Yes.
And do you want cancer? I mean, and your entire the microbiome in your teeth, the microbiome in your mouth needs to be more alkaline. That's different. Right. But beyond that, from the stomach down, you want it to be acidic.
Yeah.
If it's too alkaline, it actually harms the actual your gut as well. So the colonocytes actually get harmed. They prefer a more acidic environment.
And you can't break down your food properly. All sorts of things happen.
Exactly, and the pathogenic bacteria also. Exactly, you can die, and the pathogenic bacteria love an alkaline environment.
Yes.
Yeah. So do not drink alkaline water, please. It's just crazy this stuff out there. Have you noticed that actually in recent times before Corona, I'd actually noticed through Southeast Asia more and more of the bottled water being alkalinized.
Yes. Yeah, and it's unfortunate because most people, I'm sure you guys don't, but most people drink their water with their meals. And if you have alkaline water with your meals, you're going to dilute that stomach acid and not be able to absorb your nutrition properly. And that, unfortunately, you guys should know this, can lead to feeding the overgrowth, even if you're eating a perfect diet. So let's say you're carnivore, so you're not eating any food for the bacterial overgrowth, but your stomach is too alkaline, maybe from water, an outside source, or from a health condition. You can still feed the bacterial overgrowth with something like a protein that it normally couldn't eat if it wasn't broken down properly up above, so up in the stomach. So it's really quite important to have the right amount of acidity and alkalinity and to not overly alkalinize.
Yeah, and that's really important because pH, the body knows what it's doing and where it has to be. And a lot of the actual beneficial bacteria actually prefer an acidic environment.
They do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And there's
the body's, if you don't mind, I would love to circle back to cancer because I have an interesting
case, do that.
And it goes into this body's wisdom. It's a theory. I could be totally wrong, but I was looking at some studies on prostate cancer and how, initially they were trying to drive down testosterone rates and kill the male hormones to slow the cancer. Well, what they found is that when someone is diagnosed with prostate, usually they have higher levels of testosterone. I think it may actually be the body protecting itself from the cancer, because when you drive that down, suddenly that's when the cancer grows, and that's what they've been doing, right? Is driving that down artificially. I see that. I'm working with an adrenal cancer case right now, and it's really interesting because it's one of those hormonal cancers that you can't just get at metabolically. Usually
can I just say one thing about testosterone?
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah,
because the highest point your testosterone will ever be is when you're young.
Yeah.
So if that was the problem, cancer should be endemic amongst the young men.
I agree. I really think we could actually change that. Luckily, prostate cancer typically, at least in my experience, has responded to metabolic therapy. But I think if we did the opposite, we got people's testosterone higher instead of lower, one, they'd maintain all of their normal functions after that diagnosis, which they don't right now. And two, it could potentially be the body's own way of protecting itself. I'm seeing that in a really interesting adrenal cancer case right now. Before I met her, she had very high levels of testosterone long-term. And in females, a sign of that, of the androgens in particular, is hormonal acne on the chin. Cystic acne is a big sign of that. And she had been taking Accutane, a medication for for many, many years before that. So she had long signs of testosterone dominance in the body and male hormone dominance in the body. And this tumor growing on her adrenal glands was producing these hormones. I actually think, or it's something, the adrenal glands were. We don't know. No one knows what was. But usually the male hormones are produced by the ovaries in a female. Maybe up to a quarter of the male hormones will be produced by the adrenal glands, typically. And this kind of tumor is very rare. There's only a few cases on the books. Anyway, she had very high levels of testosterone, and her cancer had not metastasized. It hadn't spread. It was contained. They drove her testosterone down with medication, and suddenly it went everywhere. And I'm really wondering if the answer for her is not to drive her testosterone up, actually, instead of down, let her body keep it high. But, you know, time will tell. I think what you were saying with the body's innate wisdom of balancing the alkalinity, I think it does the same in many places, like in the hormones.
Yeah, I think that, the body does actually respond with certain hormonal as a protective mechanism.
Yeah.
The problem is, we don't resolve the underlying issue.
Absolutely.
Whether that is a deuterium issue, whether that is a gut microbiome issue, whether that is basically imbalances in some of the micronutrients.
Yeah,
a lot of that sort of,
the
blood sugar as well, that sort of stuff, and sort of repairing, you know, because at the end of the day, even if you've got some oncogene upregulation, if you fix the deuterium side of things, those long fat 22 carbon sort of fat that elongate around the actual nucleus, they've actually seen them, where they've actually imaged them, and they've actually seen that once you get oxidative phosphorylation back at a certain threshold, that elongation actually breaks down, unravels. And even though you haven't eliminated the oncogene sort of silence, you haven't eliminated the sort of the damage, that is some level of damage that may have happened to the nucleus, but it no longer behaves at the mitochondrial basis level. You're no longer having mitochondria behaving like they're in a cancer state anymore. And it actually allows for much easier apoptosis under those sort of circumstances. And that's what is noticed. And I think that when we go artificially in and try to, it's like the LDL thing I've been telling people and all that, when we go in artificially try to stop the body from using these protective mechanisms with a reductionist approach, we end up making things worse. Just because LDL goes up, well, it's going up because it has a purpose to heal you. Just because LP little a is going up, it's a hero. It's there to repair. Now, if you're putting in seed oils and sugar and all that and damaging your endothelial cells, and the body's producing more uric acid and LP little a to deal with that, it's not these things that are wrong. It's basically what you're actually sticking down your throat that's actually increasing the severity of the condition. It's I see a lot of people like yourself, Maria, you know, that are out there that have these elevated, and people ask me and I go, oh God, here's another victim ready to happen, where they're trying to intervene on one single thing and ignoring the synergy, the dynamics of all these systems, the way they're interplaying with each other, and miss so much. And, you know, a lot of people end up in a very, very dark place, unfortunately, and do not survive very long, which is the worst thing, especially with glioblastomas and stuff like that. Which, I mean, God, if there's a cancer ketogenic diet, that's the one.
No, there is. It's really remarkable, actually. Like, it's very successful. I would say I've worked with many different cancer diets over the years. And in the beginning of my practice, I always worked with the ketogenic diet in cancer, but I did it as an option for my clients because there's the Gerson, there's all these different ones to pick from. And I felt like with cancer, like, okay, I'll lay out all the things and I'll tell you what I would do, but I'll let you choose, because it is somewhat, cancer is a tricky one to work with professionally, simply because they get the patient gets so much peer pressure from their family and from the medical field. I can't even tell you. So I used to give them more leeway in terms of what they did, but I just didn't see the same success rates with the plant-based approach at all, partly due to a tediousness. It's really difficult. Like Gerson, you have to do 8 coffee enemas a day and drink all these juices. And people are really hungry on those protocols. And even when they did them appropriately, I didn't see the same kind of results I would see on the ketogenic diet. Whereas even in the beginning of my practice, I would see, say, a stage 4, I would get a lot of prostate cancers or not prostate, rather, pancreatic cancers, because often when people get diagnosed with that, they're either diagnosed early and treated, or it's just too late. It's not a very treatable cancer. And so those kind of patients tend to look for someone like me, other options that they
and that tends to be very much a metabolic one, the pancreatic one. It's all insulin related.
Nice about it. It often responds fast enough for the person to recover. So I've really seen miraculous things with the ketogenic diet in cancer. And I think it's becoming more and more common to use as a standard level of practice. And it's nice because unlike the other forms, the other diets, which I no longer give as an option anymore, I honestly just wouldn't feel good about it. But it doesn't get in the way of any other treatment that they want to do, which I love, because I never want to be in the place where I'm telling someone what to do. I want them to make their own decisions with their health based on the knowledge. And so if they do end up doing chemotherapy or radiation or surgery, the ketogenic diet can be maintained through that whole thing. Whereas the other protocols that are very high in antioxidants, none of those can be done. None of those plant diets can be done during chemotherapy. They counteract the chemotherapy. And so it's nice because you're not put in a position where you're like, look, you have to do this or that. You can let the person decide while you're helping them. So yeah, I mean, it's by far, it's my standard go-to with cancer.
Well, that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize is that if you basically use antioxidants, cancer will use the antioxidant to basically protect itself.
That's right. It hides itself from the immune system with those antioxidants.
In order to get apoptosis, you want basically you want a diet that basically, because the key thing is, the reason why a ketogenic diet works so well with actual normal cells is, just for the people to understand, I mean, you know, Maria, but what it does is, because you're actually not oxidizing carbohydrate, which actually creates far more ROS in the actual these healthy cells, but you're actually producing far less ROS. Then you've got the chemotherapy sort of stuff, and cancer cells are much more vulnerable to too much oxidative stress compared to normal cells. So if you're having on a diet which is low ROS in terms of oxidizing, its energy source, and it produces less, then it gets some from the chemotherapy. It's not going to be as severe as to affect it. It will suffer a bit of damage, but the body can repair that. But what will happen is those cancer cells can't manage it. They're already damaged, quite deranged, and they just need a bit more to push them into an apoptotic sort of state and kill them off. And that is why ketogenic diets can actually work much better in combination with chemotherapy. And then it's much easier over time to repair and heal any level of damaged situation, because you're on a low inflammatory diet, so it will be much easier to heal.
That's right. And also the body uses 2 nutrients to heal tissue, and 2 nutrients only. That's fat and protein. And so you've got everything you need to regenerate your tissue in a healthy way.
It's so simple in some regards. It's so, I always say to people, what is your tissue made of? If you're going to replace that tissue, what do you need to replace it? It's so, it's so intuitive. And then even when it comes to the sort of the micronutrients, the cofactors for the enzymes, again, protein plays a big role for enzymes, but those cofactors, what are they most bioavailable and in large amounts? Not in plants, it's in animal foods. So it's the sort of perfect food for healing. in that regard, and people understood that. You fast with plants and you heal and build up with animal foods.
That's right. Yeah, they have totally different purposes.
Yeah, and that's why I think that the other diet, the sort of a lot of those juices, it's like a fasting. Like at the early stage of a detox, at the early stage of a cancer, it actually has benefits. It works.
Yeah.
Because fasting actually helps increase apoptosis. It actually also helps get rid of cellular debris and minimize the amount of damaged cells, and makes the other cells more robust to actually withstand the intrusion of other cancers. So that's one side. But once it gets to a certain, it metastasizes, it progresses, then fasting can be deleterious.
That's right.
It can actually be protective.
Fasting also, not only in the beginning, but also with the blood-based cancers, is more effective than the tumor-based. The tumor-based respond very well to ketosis, though, in general, usually. And also it depends on, the person's weight and all of that as to their options, because a lot of people will come into this secondary. So they would have already maybe tried chemotherapy or something, and they usually lose a ton of weight. And so they look like skeletons. So they can't always do the juice approach. But if they do it in the beginning, they can. And it's a bit of a paradox, because it's both detoxing the body while toxifying it. There's a lot of plant toxins that go in those juices. So it's kind of a funny situation.
Yeah. Well, they create a bit of cellular stress on those cancer cells as well.
Yeah, I've wondered that as well, if it's not a bit of a stress to them, because I know in some
it's
of
a
the
hormesis.
they're using,
it's that extra hormesis.
That's right. That's exactly it. Yeah, and so they're actually targeting. They're using lectins from plants, poisonous lectins from plants, to aggravate the cancer in many of the medications. That's what they're using. So I wouldn't be surprised. I think you are right about that.
Yeah. I think that there is that sort of relationship, but the other thing is, when cancers grow too much or become metastasized and stuff like that, I think at that stage, that's when you sort of have to look at the sort of deuterium side of things.
I agree.
Deuterium.
Yeah, I think want to look at deuterium. Yeah.
Yeah, because then even keto diets don't work as effectively.
Yeah.
You really have to lower the deuterium level to a certain level where you just turn off oncogenes.
Yeah.
And yes, you do have those. And at that point, you've still got the cancer cells, but they're not operating as cancer cells anymore. So you can actually then, by being smart about the way you're nourishing yourself for a number of years, you can slowly, sort of through apoptosis, eliminate that stuff. It takes a while. They're not going to go. If you go back to your old ways, they're going to come back.
Yeah.
They're still there. But what happens is, and I would say to people, it takes probably about 4 to possibly 7 years for the turnover of cells and to clear that stuff out. Being on a very species appropriate diet, and through normal regular turnover and apoptosis, you will slowly decrease that amount. You'll improve your immune system, which also will accelerate the elimination of that sort of stuff. So it's a number of those things. And I think that is ultimately how you actually get around cancer. And it's not a quick fix. It's a diet, and different diets at different points and different approaches. And then when it gets too far, a different approach again, to basically try and actually achieve over a more protracted, longer period, sort of a slow grade apoptotic sort of way of slowly getting rid on and clearing out that sort of stuff. I mean, what's your experience been in that sort of stuff?
Oh, well, usually I found the very strict version of the ketogenic diet. So we're talking like 80 to even 90% fat, because we want to keep the glutamate low as well. You can't reduce glutamate in any diet completely, but you get it a bit lower. And then there's some foods that block glutamate, that help to block glutamate. Now they're coming out with medications. I haven't had any patients that have used those though. So we've always used food.
Yeah, that was the other thing, that medication that the Seafried and a few of the others are talking about.
Right. Yeah, they've been testing that, and it seems to be working well. And then we do a lot of, I do about 50% lifestyle with my patients. So about 50% of it is dumping deuterium through lifestyle behaviors, whether it's cold therapy, deuterium depleted water, these kind of things we definitely do. And then we do immune boosting activities as well, lots of light therapy, getting out in the sunlight, and then de-stressing their life as well, lots of meditation and breath work and all of that. But I've seen really, really remarkable things. For many years, I just saw turnarounds. And then I had 3 cases that had fully reversed their prostate cancers. They had 3, not prostate, sorry, I keep saying that, pancreatic cancer cases. They were stage 4 that had fully reversed. And then maybe about 6 months after their reversal, or a year after, depending on the case, they went back to eating real bad food. One went to pizza and cookies, and I didn't know. I wasn't still working with her because she was in remission. I was like, great, just keep this up. In general, I always recommend cancer patients stay in ketosis.
I can have my pizza again.
Yeah, for 5 years, because the cancer, it's not a true remission until you hit the 5-year mark, really, in any field. So I always tell them, once I say, see you later, enjoy your life, continue this for 5 years. You don't want to mess around with that. Test your ketone levels, that kind of thing, because you don't want to feed something that may be left over. And anyway, her family, luckily, I knew a lot of her family members professionally. And so I heard from one of them a year later, and they were like, yeah, she's eating cookies and pizza all the time. I was like, oh, tell her not to do that. And sure enough, a year after that, after eating all the junk food, the cancer came back and it killed her very, very quickly. So I've seen that. I had another case that was a professor in Berkeley, and he also had pancreatic cancer, stage 4, that we had fully reversed. And he had a very aggressive form. He had done multiple surgeries and all sorts of things. It had spread and was really all over the body. And he was in full remission also for a year. And then he just could not get it into his head how rice and beans could be bad for you or bad for your microbiome. And he went back to eating those and eating squash and all sorts of things that had too many carbohydrates. And he really ate a lot of those. And it, sure enough, came back. So I've seen it work both ways. I think it does have to be maintained for some time afterwards. But if I had cancer, that's definitely the approach I would go, because I've seen wonderful things.
Yeah, me too. I basically say, treat me as a dog on metabolic water, like they do in the DDW 25, like they do in Hungary.
Lots of fasting. I would do tons of fasting, and then lots and lots of rest. And also I would use glyconutrients to regulate the immune system as well.
Yeah, that's true as well. And also some glutamate inhibitors as well, which is really important in that regard. But it's, at the end of the day, we really want to stop the actual progression. And that's what the metabolic waters, all these sort of things do. And then you extend it. A lot of people worry about it. And I go, look, when you're in that state, in a low carbohydrate ketogenic state, one, you've got muscle, you're basically sparing muscle, you're sparing all this sort of stuff. And where you're getting your protein, your extra protein, is from recycling those damaged organelles and stuff like that, all the proteins and fats, and that's where you're getting it. That's where you should get it, And your energy, it will come from the food and from the adipose tissue, and that will provide you with a deuterium depleted sort of energy, which will keep everything in check, so it doesn't get out of. And then slowly but surely, give it a couple of years. 5 years is probably a good idea. I sort of tend to say to people, up to about 7 years, but that's me.
I'm even better. Yeah,
I'm quite cautious. I'm quite cautious because I know the turnover of every single cell in the body takes about 7 years. That doesn't mean that cancer cells may not be wiped out in less time.
Right, but you're so smart. That's why I give the timelines for microbiome diets as well, because the longer, the safer you are. So you might as well. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Keep it clean for as long as possible, because it took multiple decades to get there with a problem. It's going to take a certain length of time to basically resolve, especially I think the 7-year sort of period of turnover of all cells in the body is the absolute most safest. And because your gut microbiome, your immune system, all these things are interacting with all these cells as well. And so I sort of see it that it's it's like, they remember the movie that not the movie, the show that they did about 7 years, the personality of kids, And that stuck to me. And I basically always say to people, think 7 years.
Yeah.
The other good thing about it is when they think in those terms, they create real strong habits in the long run, and they don't fall off the wagon back to pizza and cookies and whatever else. And
Yes.
and then they could potentially have such an aggressive response, comeback, that some of these things just may not be in time help them. And that, goodbye. It's the unfortunate thing. Now, this RSO oil, what's your experience been?
What does RSO stand for?
I have no idea. Can you actually put?
Enlighten us.
Yeah.
Is it rapeseed oil or something? I don't know what it is.
If it is, definitely not. But that is very high in deuterium, 255 parts per million.
Yeah, exactly.
The next worst thing after that is honey with 200 parts per million, and then refined sugars.
See, I never work with honey. I know it's allowed on GAPS diet and some of the diets I teach, but I don't use that version.
Yeah.
So
no, it's fine to put on your skin and stuff like that. Yeah. But when it comes to basically, I would stay well away. Strong full spectrum cannabis oil. Okay.
Oh, I haven't seen any negative or benefits. Fully honest, and I know there are cases that
for cancer I haven't either.
Yeah, I know people have seen remarkable benefits. There's documentaries about them. None of my clients have, but none have been harmed by it either. So I think it's not a bad thing to throw in there.
I think it's probably two things that are playing there. One is the hormetic effect, and the other thing I think is that it's sort of reducing some of the stress, the mental stress that is coming from probably the cancer. And I think that also helps. We can't, de-stressing, yoga and things like that, all that sort of stuff is really important, because if you're in a very stressed state, this fight or flight sort of state, that's not really helping your immune system either to combat this cancer.
Tying that back to Greece, I've got to tell you guys, I mean, the people here are more relaxed than anywhere I've ever been in my entire life. Like, everything is so relaxed and chill and slow and all of that. And that's like totally different than how we live in America and Canada, and I'm sure Australia as well, whereas there are timelines and deadlines and
that's right.
Things are done. I mean, to give you an example, we've been looking at purchasing a property in Thistio, and it's taking months. In the States, it would be done in a day. Like,
that's right.
I know. Day. But here it's like, it's Christmas for months. so
see you next year.
There's no like rat race kind of feeling. It's very relaxed. And so I think, some of the benefit may be from the kind of increase of toxicity to get the immune system to respond, along with the really just allowing people to just forget about their to-do list for a minute in cultures where we're not good at that, for sure.
That's
I want to address too, let's see, that you had asked about a tomato earlier on and how it can protect, part of it has been shown to protect you from skin cancer. What you see with these, and then I'll have to go soon. I have to go in 10 minutes because I have an appointment.
Okay.
But I'm good to answer these couple. A lot of the tests done on these vegetables and on things are done in a reductionist method. So they bring them into a lab and they pull out a specific chemical, and then they study that chemical or that nature of that plant without looking at the whole thing. And that's where you get into some trouble. So you'll see like maybe, tomato has lycopene, and lycopene has been shown to help cancer back in the day, right? So then they tell everyone to start eating lots of tomatoes because it's good for cancer. Well, when you look at the whole plant, it also has this sticky protein in it and the solanine that damages the immune system. So at the same time, you're shooting yourself in the foot with that one, right? So that's usually where you see these kinds of things where it's like, well, this has been touted as this being good for that. But overall, it's still not great. You also asked about carnivore fasting, environmental, if it cures cancer. There's one case of carnivore that I know of that had cancer. I believe he got it before he was carnivore. He's a famous one, so we can find him afterwards and get this information to you. He was a bodybuilder of some type, and he's well known in the carnivore communities. He was carnivore, I think, for 30 years, something like that. And he had throat cancer and mouth cancer. And he lived way longer than he ever should have, but he did ultimately succumb to it. I think 10 years, a full decade after he was supposed to have passed. So, and with him, I can't imagine, I don't know what his lifestyle was like. So I can't speak to if he was fasting. I do know from what I found at the time, I remember reading about this a couple years ago. I was fascinated by it because I hadn't seen that in any carnivore communities, traditional or otherwise. I hadn't seen cancer. And so I was thinking, well, maybe it's the excess protein. If he's eating very high protein, very lean fat, maybe it's the quality. I didn't know, but I wanted to look into it. Maybe he's the old-fashioned lifting carnivore, which doesn't care so much about oils and these kind of things used. It's just kind of like a zero fiber diet. And maybe he's not 100%. A lot of the lifting guys would go in and out of it and consider themselves carnivore. But they also do much higher protein than regular carnivores and carnivore tribes as well.
That is true.
Yeah. So there's that one case I know of. So I can't say definitively if, being carnivore, fasting, taking care of your environment or lifestyle would cure cancer, but I would be shocked if it didn't.
Yeah. I tend to, my approach is you do need to cut back on the protein because you're going to be doing fasting. You're going to be doing a number of things, strategies that are turning over, and if you're taking it, you're not basically removing that debris.
Yes.
So that's so we've got to be very careful. There are therapeutic approaches to carnivory, and there are non-therapeutic approaches.
There's so many approaches. Yes.
Yeah, we shouldn't confuse things, and then from that extrapolate. Oh, there's something wrong with the diet. I mean,
yeah, and by far, I'm such a fan of the carnivore diet. I mean, I've really just seen remarkable things with it. It's one of my standard go-tos, especially for severe cases or histamine disorders, these kind of things. And it's the one where I see the fastest results on often as well. And it's simple for people to do. So it's definitely a favorite diet as far as I'm concerned. But there's that one case, and I don't know why that is or what caused it. But maybe too, with what you're talking about, Harry, with the cycling, what we were talking about before with the seasonal foods, proteins are seasonal too. And so you would have, say, summer, which is higher protein and a bit more lean. And then winter cuts, fall and spring would be higher fat and less lean meat that you would be having. So perhaps if you ate more seasonally for your region as well, probably not an issue.
Yeah, there's all these sort of variables that I find myself, and, it's so, yeah, the leanness, I tend to sort of and naturally you don't feel like having too much fat when it's warm.
It's very true. Yeah.
And remember also, the UV is protective. So even though you're having more leaner, which means that your deuterium ratio may go up a bit, rather than being at that lower range, it'll probably creep up a bit. You're also getting more depletion. Right. As long as you're in that more lower state. So it's always, when you start viewing it in that way, the seasonal, the circadian rhythms that play a role, the sleep, the sort of the UV, all these sort of things, when you start putting them together and overlapping them seasonally as well, you end up getting a very different picture. And a lot of people that do certain things and say, oh, these people did that. I mean, before the guys were saying, oh, vitamin D, the Inuit had normal levels and all that, and they hardly have any, they're getting it all from the food. Well, that's not really the case. The animals that they're consuming, like whales, walruses, and, seals, not walruses, seals, and because walruses are down in the other, the Antarctic, those sort of things tend to have a lot of vitamin D in their skin, a bit like pigs.
Enormous, yeah.
So they are getting it a lot from those sort of foods. Now, if you're sitting in North America somewhere and you're eating a steak, you're not going to get the same stuff.
Right.
So it's completely different. Yes, they're both carnivore diets, but they've got a different micronutrient profile. And the other thing is, because they're closer to the poles, and because of the weakening of the magnetosphere that I've sort of explained to the guys that physicists are looking at the moment, that also is much weaker at the poles. So you're getting more UV coming through. You may not be getting the light, but you're still getting more UV. That UV is still affecting on the skin. You know, these people are always outdoors because of hunting and doing all that sort of stuff. So there's so many confounding variables and factors that can be at play, and you can't just extrapolate from one thing. This is where nutrition, as you've known quite well, like in the blue zones and all that, where they ignore a whole lot of information and they just focus on their cherry-picked stuff so they can get people to tick those boxes that they're really interested in. You end up with skewed results.
That's very true.
So we have to be very, very careful in that regard. Now, if you're having seasonal honey, it's probably less of a problem. And usually if you're having small amounts, you know, just a bit of, you know, here or there, like Greeks in summer in Greece, they will have a bit of honey here and there.
Yeah, on their yogurts, that kind of thing. But it's not
exactly. Yeah,
it's not huge portions.
Yeah,
and
it's small. It's small. Yeah, but at the same time, it's the same period when they're getting more UV exposure.
It is. You're absolutely right.
So even though it's high deuterium, it's less of an issue, you know. So everything has to be nuanced and all that. Now, if you stick through winter and start putting, you know, large amounts of onto your yogurt or whatever, and you start consuming that day in, day out, multiple times, like some people promote this in the sort of the bodybuilding type approach. They say, oh, the people that are doing carnivore bodybuilding, I don't know how well up to date you are with these sort of people, but what they promote is basically using honey. Because it's animal sort of thing. And they are, and the other thing is they're using heaps of protein, especially processed protein, which is even higher in deuterium than natural protein. They're sticking another high deuterium food, and then, you know, they're doing this for a period of time, and I find a lot of them sort of like crash out. And what happens is people turn around and say, oh, it's the carnivore diet. No, it's the high deuterium content that you're actually putting in your diet.
I actually think it's, definitely. And also they're very much stressing the body with what they're doing. It's kind of like what you see with marathon runners. I never see a healthy marathon runner.
No.
You know, so often we'll hear in the news, oh, this marathon runner had a heart attack. How could they? They were running every day.
Yep.
But it's actually very stressful to put your body under that much exercise. And usually the goal is the end product with body lifting and not the day-to-day health, as opposed to someone healing from a condition and using a diet. And so, it's not as nuanced or particular typically when it's used for bodybuilding. But some of the bodybuilders are great. I mean, they do a really fantastic diet, way better than the rest of the population, but there is that that sinkhole within it for sure. I want to say too, Bowerbird, congratulations, really good on the basal cell reversible. That's wonderful.
Exactly, good for that. Look, I've sort of you know, I was gonna say that some of these people also, because they're actually it's not only that, but also if you take a look, a lot of athletes don't realize because taurine is an amino transporter as well. When you consume more protein, your taurine requirements go up.
That's right.
And people miss that. And what happens is they're consuming a lot of these powders and all that doesn't have a lot of protein. So you're not getting this sort of sulfur type protein that's really important for both the transport and the sulfonation.
Sulfurs are so important.
And what happens is because taurine also prevents sort of muscle remodeling, severe muscle remodeling, and that's how it prevents left ventricular sort of growth and stuff like that in the heart. And that's what happens to a lot of these athletes. They are not getting enough taurine. They're overusing taurine. They don't have enough to basically protect their heart. And eventually they get this growth sort of derangement. And that's why, you're never going to see a centenarian who's basically, a marathon runner. You're never going to see that. Or even the modern day bodybuilders. You won't see either. Now, There is an old guy that I actually showed a long time ago, and he was one of the old-fashioned bodybuilders. Now, this old-fashioned bodybuilder, he was basically still competing in his 90s. But what did he do different? He was consuming a number of types of organ meats and other things that tend to be higher in sulfur and tend to be higher in also taurine, the type of foods that he was consuming. And he was able to sustain it in old age. Guess what killed him in the end? Guess what killed him in the end?
What? Was it an accident?
No. Actually, at 90, I'm trying to think, 95, he stopped bodybuilding. People convinced him to stop bodybuilding and take up marathon running.
No.
3 years later, killed him.
Oh man, this is what we get if we listen to the birds. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. To the experts.
Yeah. Never let your passions go.
Exactly. He was doing it all right, just on his own, without listening to these experts. And then he listened to one of these experts and said, "Oh, I'm doing, I need to basically do more of this, because they told him you're going to live longer."
Yes.
You're not. And within 3 years, he was dead as a doornail.
Oh, poor guy.
Oh no! I was really disappointed because 2 years earlier, I sort of had shown him and to a friend of mine and said, "Look, this great, he's all this." And then a couple of years later, a friend of mine said, "Oh, I heard he died." And then I looked into it because I said, that guy was really, really robust. And then I found out, he stopped bodybuilding. And you know what? When you look at the photos before and after, he had really became emaciated.
Yeah. Well, bodybuilding is so much better for our bodies, right? Because it mimics activities that we would be doing.
Lifting and pushing things around.
Pushing things, exactly. Whereas running was only done in times of stress. It was never, so it really activates that part of our nervous system and sends the blood away from the organs and all that kind of thing. So bodybuilding, I think, is much healthier of an activity for sure. Yeah,
that's what I've come to believe. Mm-hmm. But we have to nuance that there is a higher requirement. When you actually up your protein, there's a higher requirement for sulfur. And taurine in particular.
And sulfur is so important. I see on a lot of the carnivore threads, people that maybe choose to not eat eggs or don't eat eggs or eat the lower sulfur meats and these kind of things. But the sulfur is an essential nutrient for the body. And if you knew the biochemistry behind what happened, you would never put yourself in a sulfur deficiency.
Yes.
No matter your genes.
You would lather your body with eggs.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, and there's wonderful recipes to get more eggs in. If you all can do dairy, there's a Russian custard I usually give to people, but I make it for myself because it's so good. It's about 12 raw egg yolks and then some cream and vanilla. I don't sweeten it. You could use stevia if you want, but I just hand blend that or whip it up and then put it in the freezer, and it makes the most wonderful frozen custard that's full of vitamin D. That D, A, and K, if you have the right kind of chickens, really are pretty good in the egg yolks, but when they're raw, you need them a bit raw to get that. So obviously it needs to be a good quality, but there's some great carnivore.
It's like the pastured one. It's like the pastured ones that I get. I've shown
they just need to eat some bugs. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, great. That's actually, I haven't tried that. I will have to try that. Give it a go.
If you Google Russian custard, you'll find the recipe. It's used in the GAPS diet a lot.
God, I'm going to complain next time I see my friend Tanya, because I'm going to go over her husband did invite me over on Wednesday, so I'm going to say, Tanya, you knew about this and you held off. What is it? So I'll give her a hard time.
Yes. That sounds good. Well, listen, I should get going. Unfortunately, I have an appointment at 1:00.
I realize that.
I would love to stay on and talk to you forever. And thank you all so much for your comments and questions as well. This has been so much fun. Such a good way to spend a Sunday.
Thank you. I really appreciated your time. Thanks. Have a really great Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your family.
Yes.
And hopefully in the new year we can do a bit of this again.
Always. I'm
at
always
some point.
down for it. These fireside chats are really fun for me. So,
and guys, if you haven't subscribed, you know, I'm going to become, you know, you're going to get on my bad side. Get out there and subscribe to Mary's channel. And if you need, I know Angela is probably going to contact you for, you know, to do some consultancy with you. And I know some other people were actually talking about it in the chat. So expect some of my subs to come across and sort of want to do consultancies, because I don't do any. I did it. I don't. I occasionally, I usually provide a lot of people with emails, like they'll email me and I'll email them back with a lot of information. You know, do a protocol, do this, 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 and this. But it's really hard to cover everyone. And you, as I say to people, you need, I usually send people for general sort of stuff to Bart, for things like addictions to Pim, because she's pretty good at that. And, you know, I've been trying to find somebody for these intractable diseases that I've been dealing with, like cancer and all this sort of stuff. And while I sometimes have time, you know, sort of the genetic abnormalities, because like I had one now, that a child that actually grew with a bit like, you know, your white brain tissue not growing enough, like a bit like the Zika type thing. And there is a number of things about getting phospholipids in there, choline, serine, all those sort of things really, you know, RAM, all that sort of stuff to really build up that tissue and support it. And obviously the fat soluble vitamins and all that sort of stuff. And I actually found all this esoteric type or studies that had been done, like there was one on baboons that had both this type exact disease and epilepsy. There's a close association between the two, and it just really, you know, trying to remember the actual name. It's called colpocephaly, COLPOCEPHALY. So that is, in baboons, has a similar etiology as basically epilepsy. Yeah. So there is some relationship there with, and that has a lot to do with myelination and stuff like that, and a lot of these sort of factors that are in play. And there are definitely genes there that are affecting a number of these pathways of metabolism, especially with the lipid metabolisms in these children, that are affecting, you know, the sort of brain size and all that. And that's why I sort of directed them in that sort of way. The problem is, you know, it took me about a week until I realized it, because you know, sometimes I can be a week or 2 weeks behind on my emails, because I've got a day job. I just don't have the time.
Yeah, I am.
You know,
always.
You know? Yes. So basically, I got back and I gave him the information. He was really happy that, you know, because he said, I've Googled, I tried to look, I couldn't find anything, and you know, it's and there's not a lot of research in humans. It's all in some baboons or this or that, some animal model. And there's very limited information. So, you know, I gave him some info, but that's the sort of people I want to sort of shift towards someone. And that's why I've been looking for someone like you. So
yeah, I do specialize in those kind of things, especially epilepsy.
And that's
part of the kidneys there.
Exactly. And that's one reason why I sort of want to take a bit of weight off myself.
Yeah, you need to, for sure. I know someone commented earlier about my wait list. I know I'm always booked out far, but that is because when I take a patient on, I want to be able to do follow-ups as often as they need. So if I don't space them out, I can't. And I get so many people wanting to work. So what I've done to make up for that, though, is that I'm putting a lot of my protocols into little quick start guides so that you guys can get started. So I have one on cancer, on autoimmunity, on I'm putting one out on hormones this week because I'm doing a talk on PCOS and endometriosis. I have a bunch of those out there that you can get started on, and while you're waiting, if you need to. And I'm going to be doing more groups as well, just so that I can see more people and that kind of thing at the same time. So the groups will be condition specific, even though you can do different diets and protocols for the conditions, everyone can learn from each other. So
I've been looking for try and find somebody to basically, and luckily I've come across you, somebody that can do these things and follow up things, because I just can't follow up things, and sometimes a month may go past and I go, oh God, I haven't replied to that person, and it's really hard for me, because of my circumstance. If I had the free time, yes, I would do consultancies and I would do that. It would be part of it. But until in 6 years' time when I retire from work, and until then, I'm sort of locked in.
And you're giving great advice on these shows too. People can take this and run with it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But while I give them good advice, I sometimes feel that it's not enough.
It never is, but it gives them a place to start.
I understand that, but sometimes they need somebody to hold their hand and sort of, because there is the emotional side as well, and I can't do that. I don't have the time to do that.
I would say it's the biggest part, actually. Yes. It's one thing to know what to do. It's another to actually do it day in and day out for years on end.
Because these people are confronting doctors, they're confronting other family members, and all this sort of stuff. And I get sometimes in the emails I see the dynamics of that, and I go, oh, I understand. And it's really hard. What do you say? Well, and they're confronting all these pressures and all that, and I'm giving them the information. They say, well, and it just seems like they say, well, could you? I had one case where I felt sorry for the person. I actually did a consultancy with that family member because it was the only way of convincing them. They wouldn't listen. They would not listen to the person that emailed me. I had to do a consultancy, and I did a quick 30-minute sort of Skype interview, and I spoke to the person, and I was able to basically convince her to see things differently. And I sort of, let's say, I brought things to her attention in a way where the other person wasn't able to explain those things, and then she was more receptive and started making some of these changes. And I see once that happens, it really helps sort of get people moving on in that regard. So it's always hard. You've got quite a few fans here, Mary. Thanking you. Great. Thanks, Nurse Trouble. Good to see you guys subbing over to Mary's. Thanks, Zombie. And great. Yeah, it was a great chat.
Yes, that's who it is. You're right. It's Bear Owsley. That's who I was thinking of. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, that's right. The big bear guy. Yes. That's right. Yeah, I've heard of him as well.
Yeah, so we can all dig in and see what our thoughts are there.
Definitely. I better let you go because you've got something. You've got to be somewhere. You're late already.
So nice to see you.
You're on great time. Don't worry.
Thanks. Exactly.
Okay. See you, Mary. Thank you for being here. Bye. Okay, guys. I'm going to call it. It's 4 hours later. I think you got plenty out of that. I hope you did. I'm going to call it quits as well. Thanks, guys, for being here, for supporting tonight's live stream. I hope you got a lot of stuff out of it as well. We covered a lot of points. She's a really smart lady, really interesting. Some of the topics that we covered. She really has a passion for this stuff, believe me. And like me, she sort of tries to go down all these rabbit holes. And that's what I like about her. She really has a passion of learning. I mean, a lot of people lose their passion for learning. People that have a passion for learning are always learning new things, always understanding things much deeper, and are able to help, because there are so many little nuances and variables. And so that's why I wanted you guys to meet her. I thought she was only going to be on for half an hour or something like that, because that's what she said. I'll come on for half an hour. I've got a couple of other things. That she stayed on for so long is fantastic. She stayed on for well over, what is it now, an hour and a half or whatever, probably even more, nearly 2 hours. So, you guys got a lot of benefit out of it. I'm glad. What was that? Learn a few things. Yes, you did. Exactly. We should never stop learning. I mean, I've noticed you guys are actually, you've picked up a lot from me and from Bart and a few others, and you guys are really switched on as well. So I'm happy to have you guys as my subs. You guys really, you're really cool, and you've really switched on that sort of stuff. Yeah, look, it was a great stream. I think it was a really great informative stream. I think you guys really got some benefit out of it. Mary's a great person, and I think for our community and people in the sort of low carb, keto, carnivore space, people like that are going to be a great benefit. You know, she was on. She was on basically, initially I saw on Paul Saladino's, then I saw on Meet RX, but they tended to chat very narrowly on certain things. The great thing here is we've got her chatting about all sorts of things, and, you know, yes, exactly, never stop learning. Yeah, thanks, mate. And I think you guys got a lot of value out of this stream, a lot of information in that regard. And, you know, I've really found a kindred spirit, somebody that really has that passion for learning new things like myself. And yeah, I really like Mary. She's really, I think that's why, even if you notice when I was having my chat with her through the other stuff that we were sort of, one was, you know, was able to literally compliment the other person as we were going along and chatting. I really enjoy chatting with her. She's such a wealth of knowledge, and I think she's a really nice, a great person, and of great value for our community. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely, Dylan. Spot on. I completely agree with you. Anyway, guys, you've got all her details. They're all basically in the description. Her email, her channel to go over and subscribe. Go over and check her videos. She actually goes through some of the study material in the actual those blue zone myths and all that. I know she's going to be doing more videos on the blue zones, and we're all going to be finding those very interesting because she's actually going to the locations, which is really good. She's also, for Ikaria, she's also going to do another one in the winter. So she's gone in summer and they've done research and interviews with people, but she's going to go into those rural areas and mountainous areas and do it in winter. So with those local people there. So that's going to be really great as well. We're going to see lifestyle, you know, how people will live this sort of simple, you know, pastoral life in that regard in these mountains. And that's going to be an eye-opener for you guys as well, in terms of, you know, this traditional animal husbandry and the type of foods they eat and stuff like that. So you're going to get a bit of an insight on that. And I know she's trying to, you know, because of COVID at the moment, she can't really travel as wide, but she'll be going into more of these blue zones and doing more investigations and feeding us back a lot of information, which is going to be great, because we're not going to have these biased academics that go there. They've got their pre-existing assumptions. They've got their little basically, only you can tick in these boxes, and people can only tick in the boxes they want them to tick, so they can actually go, oh, this is all they eat. So, you know, really biased, problematic science. By going and looking at these people and showing clear proof, we're going to have video evidence of what they really do and eat and how they live. And that's going to be really great. So we'll be able to use that as ammo against the veg-tarded out there. So, and those misanthropists that are pushing this, you know, kibble-based agenda. So that's going to be really good, and she's going to be of great value for that. So, yep. Yeah, she's got a number of books. Do get on her main channel on the About Her thing. She's got links to Facebook, to some other social media, but also one of the actual companies that she set up with her partner that has a lot of these blue zone and other sort of books and stuff and material. So go and take a look at her site. You'll find all the stuff. I can't exactly remember the exact links where where they are. I think she has also on the front the main page as well. But anyway, go and check it out and enjoy. Yeah. Such humour from you, Zombie. That's why we love you. Yes. And what has T2 said? I'll have to be a good next year if Santa will bring the Mary books. Oh, nice one, nice one. See, that is classy humour, T1. You know, that's the sort of humour you need. You know, good one, Bowbird. You know, the only thing is I get corny, sick, pornographic jokes from T1. Sometimes they're actually funny. Yeah, exactly. You know, that's the funny thing. I've done the same thing in parts of Asia, you know, and you know, it's such BS is beyond a joke that these people keep on peddling. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. I'm gone. See yous. Anyway, take care. Thanks for being here. I will see you next week. Now, I may do, I haven't, it depends on what my schedule is and all that. Yeah, like next week sort of thing, I may not do the Sunday. I may end up doing like a New Year's type thing. So, because, you know, I reset on the 2nd, which is a really, so if I do next, yeah, it's going to be, I'll consider the hours that I've got and how I can fit it in. So, yeah, I'm thinking about doing something like that. Yep. Thanks, Zombie. Yeah. You know, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year to all you guys as well in that regard. Yep. So, yeah, thanks. Looking forward to a bit of a break as well. Now, I will basically, the good thing about it, remember, everything gets pinned in the upcoming stuff now. So when there's an upcoming thing, you'll be able to see it. I'll make sure that it's visible. So, you know, and, you know, don't expect YouTube to provide you with notifications. So go to the front page periodically this early through the week, like, midweek, check the front page of my channel. And if there's anything upcoming in those sort of days, it will be visible there so you guys know, because YouTube is not going to inform all of you. You know, we know what YouTube's like. So, yeah, Merry Christmas to everyone. And thanks, guys, and see yous.